So without further ado, come on, yes.
Awesome. Thanks so much to the organizers for including our paper on the agenda for today. So I'm going to be talking about this paper, which is joint work with Jason Barron, Will Doby, Richard Lombardo, and Joseph Ryan. And really sort of the origin of this paper is, I think, two simple observations. And then we try to follow those observations to hopefully make two interesting points about algorithms in human decisions. So the first observation is that many consequential decisions we study are in fact made in what we're going to call multi-stage systems, in which cases pass through successive stages of review before the final decision is actually made. So in hiring, for example, a recruiter might screen applications for an interview, then an interviewer is going to interview that person, collect some information, and then decide whether to extend an offer. And in Child Protective Services, the setting we're going to study, a screener might decide whether to investigate a call that has an allegation of maltreatment. Then if they decide to investigate that call, a different investigator is going to visit the family and then decide whether to open a case and provide services to that family. Now, there are two important features of these multi-stage systems, as I've already hinted at. The first is that cases are filtered out at each stage, and so later stages of the decision-making process see a more selected population. And second, later stages have the additional job, on top of making an important decision, to collect new information that was unavailable at the outset. So that's observation one. Observation two is that across all of these settings, policymakers and researchers are widely adopting and deploying algorithms to aid human decisions across all of these settings. Yet most of the empirical evidence that we have focuses on comparing humans and algorithms on a single decision stage within this process, holding the surrounding system fixed. For example, in pretrial release, we might only study algorithms at the pretrial release hearing, but not elsewhere in the process. In hiring, we might study resume screening decisions or the interview process separately, holding each other fixed. And so what we want to think about in this paper is how do we think about algorithms in this broader decision-making process? And let me give you one simple intuition about why this may be important. An algorithm that looks promising at one stage could have very different impacts once it is deployed system-wide. So for example, algorithmic decisions that are made upstream could be undone by downstream human decision makers, muting the impact of algorithmic tools. Algorithmic decisions that are deployed downstream only act on cases that earlier stages have let through, leaving upstream human errors uncorrected. So what we want to think about in this paper is how can we use observational data to try to identify and then understand the effects of algorithms in these multi-stage systems. So that's what we set out to do in this paper. We're going to develop an econometric framework to evaluate humans and algorithms in these multi-stage decision processes or systems. And then we're going to apply it to study Michigan's Child Protective Services system, which is a canonical prediction policy problem in which the system would like to investigate reports of neglect or abuse in order to prevent maltreatment through what are called case opening decisions, the decision to open a case and then provide additional services to the family. This is an enormously consequential setting that I hadn't studied before, but quite surprisingly, over 1/3 of US children before the age of 18 come into contact with the CPS system in some form. And so again, the key feature is that in order for a case to be open, a call is going to show up. A screener, a human, is going to decide whether to screen that call in. If they screen it in, then the investigation stage takes over, collects a bunch of additional information, and then decides to open a case. And in thinking about this problem, there are going to be two key points that we're going to draw out. The first is that the deployment effect of an algorithm in this multi-stage system is not the same thing as traditional human algorithm comparisons that this broader prediction policy literature has studied. In particular, we're going to show that deploying an algorithm in Michigan CPS would at best moderately reduce maltreatment against children, yet traditional comparisons of human and algorithms are going to suggest that there is large amounts of human error in this system. The algorithm was actually going to dramatically outperform humans at each stage of the process, yet in aggregate have very small effects. The reason is going to be because stages are going to interact with each other. And these traditional comparisons are going to double count human error across stages and ignore the downstream responses of human decision makers to the algorithm. And the second point we're going to emphasize is that each stage in this multi-stage process is really a different bundle of tasks in decision-making, a different bundle of gathering evidence, making predictions based on that evidence, and then making decisions based on those predictions. At the screening stage, this is a stage at which prediction and decision-making is the entire task. And more, they're doing this based on the same information as available to the algorithm. So we'll actually find that all screeners underperform an algorithmic tool. But by contrast, at the investigation stage, over 1/3 of investigators are going to significantly outperform an algorithmic tool. And that's largely going to arise by the evidence they gather through the investigation process. And we're going to get at that by doing some hypothesis generation on text case notes written by the investigators. So let me now make all this a little bit more specific and precise. So again, we're thinking about calls that arrive through the CPS system. Decisions are made in 2 stages. There's a screening stage, then there's an investigation stage. The outcome that the system cares about is what we're going to refer to as subsequent maltreatment. We'll denote this by Y star. And there's a canonical selective labels problem where we're only going to see the subsequent maltreatment outcome if no case is opened. It's screened out or it's screened in and no case is opened. There's going to be a predictive algorithm that we're going to introduce that we're going to denote by nm of x that tries to predict maltreatment using only characteristics that are available at the time at intake. So in this context, what might a policymaker think about? So let's consider a policymaker deciding where to deploy an algorithm in the CPS system. Well, they could deploy that algorithm to automate the screening stage only, the investigation stage only, or the entire multi-stage system. And if they were to consider each of these alternatives, what would be the effect on subsequent maltreatment among unopened cases? So first, let's think about automating just the investigation stage. So human screeners still decide which cases to screen in, but now an algorithmic decision rule is going to decide which cases to open among that pool. We can define the maltreatment rate under such a decision rule, and then we can compare what subsequent maltreatment looks like among unopened cases in the status quo against this algorithmic counterfactual. We can do the same thing if we think about automating just the screening stage. Now, human investigators are still going to make the final decision, but an algorithm is going to make this first initial screening, or if you will, a triage decision. And now we can again define the maltreatment rates under such a counterfactual and think about how would automating screening alone affect system-wide maltreatment, and then also the system-wide case opening rate. And finally, the most aggressive intervention that a policymaker might consider would be to dispense with humans altogether in this process and fully automate the entire case opening decision. And again, we can define what would be the maltreatment rate under such an algorithmic counterfactual in which investigations are eliminated entirely. And again, no human intervenes. So those are policy comparisons that a policymaker may think about when analyzing algorithms in this system. So I now want to introduce a second object that we're going to refer to as stage-wise comparisons between humans and the algorithm. The idea is going to be that at each stage, we can compare human decisions against the algorithm by examining calls that exit at that stage, holding the rest of the system fixed. The reason why this is interesting is these stage-wise human algorithm comparisons are arguably the workhorse of the empirical literature studying the effects of algorithms in decision-making. And intuitively, by isolating a single stage's decisions, these comparisons are instructive about underlying behavioral mechanisms that we'd like to study. For in particular, how well does the decision maker at this stage identify the highest risk calls? So what we're going to ask then is, how do these stage-wise comparisons relate to the deployment effects in the multi-stage system? So just to go back to my picture, we can think about a stage-wise comparison at the screening stage, where we would compare the human screen-out decisions against the algorithm screen-out decisions, and how is the maltreatment rate on that pool exiting the system at the screening stage different? I'm going to call that delta S. We could define the same comparison for investigators, comparing human investigators against an algorithm on cases screened in by the humans. So once you've introduced these objects, you can now try to ask, how do the conventional comparisons aggregate up to the deployment effects of an algorithm in the system? So let me first think about the system-wide deployment effect. What we show in the paper is that the system-wide deployment effect can be decomposed in the following way. It's going to be equal to a weighted aggregation of these stage-wise comparisons, plus an additional residual term that we're going to call the aggregation correction. So these stage-wise comparisons do not sum up to the deployment effect of fully automating the multi-stage system. Why is that? Well, there's actually a very simple intuition behind this, and let's consider a low-risk call that humans screen in and human investigators then decide to open. The screening stage comparison of screeners against the algorithm would credit the algorithm for correctly screening that call out. The investigation stage comparison would credit the algorithm for leaving that case unopened because it is screened in by human screeners. And if you naively aggregated these stage-wise comparisons, you'd be crediting the algorithm twice for making the right call on the same case. So this aggregation correction is a term that corrects for this double counting. Next, let's think about the deployment effects at each individual stage, the deployment effect of automating only the investigators or automating only the screeners. So first, the deployment effect of automating the investigators is in fact equal to the comparison reported by conventional analyses. And the reason for this is quite simple. There is no downstream stage at this point, so there's no one that moves after the investigators to flip the algorithm's decisions. But if we looked upscreen at the screening stage, conventional comparisons do not equal the deployment effect of the algorithm. There's an additional term that turns out to not matter empirically, so I'm going to focus on what we're calling the downstream response. And in particular, automating screening changes the calls that human investigators face, and so their downstream decisions on this new algorithmic pool may reinforce or undo upstream gains. So this downstream response term summarizes how the case opening decisions of human investigators respond to the algorithmic screen-in pool. So there's a lot of notation to make these points, but what's the key takeaways? Really, at a high level, when you're thinking about these multi-stage systems, there are two ways to analyze humans and algorithms. The first is a policy-relevant comparison, thinking about deployment effects, what would be the impact of automating humans at one or more stages, versus these stage-wise comparisons, the traditional focus of this literature that analyzes performance at a single stage, holding the rest of the system fixed. The stage-wise comparisons that we traditionally report translate into deployment effects only at the terminal stage, and everywhere else there's double counting and downstream responses that drive a wedge between the two. What's the upshot of all of this? The upshot of all of this is that if you looked at each stage, it could be the case that humans are actually wildly underperforming the algorithm, yet algorithmic deployment in the multi-stage system may have a minimal impact due to these double counting and this downstream responses. In other words, small deployment effects do not mean that humans are performing just as well as an algorithm might. Potential gains could be large, but they're being muted by interactions in this more complex decision-making process. So after writing this framework, we're then going to try to take it to the data and think about it, what it means for the Michigan Child Protective Services system, which, as I mentioned, opens cases through a multi-stage process. We're going to analyze the universe of calls made to Michigan CPS's hotline from 2017 to 2022. And in this data set, we're going to build our own supervised learning algorithm to predict subsequent maltreatment using intake characteristics and then compare decisions against it. So identifying all of the features and estimands in these decompositions is going to have to confront a selective labels problem. In particular, we need to be able to identify subsequent maltreatment rates under many alternative algorithmic deployment or decision rules. We're going to get around this by using quasi-random assignment of screeners to cases and then adapting ideas from recent work, such as work that Will has done and I have done to try to identify the performance of the algorithm on the full population. And once we've done that, we're then going to be able to go through and identify all the other objects in these decompositions. So if you do all this work, what do you find? So first, what I'm showing here is as we vary on the x-axis, the threshold used by an algorithm that would open cases at different rates, either on all calls that show up to the hotline or only screened-in calls. What is the subsequent maltreatment rate it would deliver? In blue is the curve over all calls. Red is the call curve only on screened-in calls. Oh. I realize you weren't seeing titles for. Next, on top of this algorithmic comparison, we can layer on what is the status quo performance of the system. So in black, I'm just showing you what is the maltreatment rate achieved by the system's case opening decisions by humans at each stage. In the orange square, I'm showing you what is the maltreatment rate achieved by human investigators on cases that are screened in by human screeners. Now, from this picture, you can immediately start reading off many of the properties, objects that we've defined so far. So first, what would be the deployment effect of fully replacing the CPS system with an algorithm? If you were to automate the full multi-stage system, maltreatment would only fall by about 1.9 percentage points, so 6% reductions, and you'd be doing so on top of eliminating investigations entirely. If you were to automate the investigation stage, subsequent maltreatment would fall by about 0.8 percentage points, or a 2.5% reduction, with investigations and case openings unchanged. So the estimated gains here are relatively modest if you're sort of familiar with this broader literature on humans and algorithms. By contrast, if you look at the stage-wise comparisons, the conventional object reported in this literature, you would find wildly large estimates. So at the screening stage, on just cases that are screened out, algorithmic screening would achieve nearly a 1/3 lower subsequent maltreatment rate, which is an effect size in line with, for example, what people have found in pretrial release. The investigation stage, interestingly, you find a larger estimate as well. The point estimate favors the algorithm, but a confidence interval includes 0. We're going to come back to that at the end. So why don't these traditional comparisons translate into deployment effects? So first, let's think about the system-wide deployment effect and now go back to our decomposition. The first is that if you just looked at these stage-wise comparisons and appropriately aggregate them, you would predict about a 7.8 percentage point reduction in maltreatment. By contrast, the aggregation correction is quantitatively large in this setting. You'd estimate that that object is about minus 5.9 percentage points, which is removing double counting in the stage-wise comparisons. What's sort of the economic intuition for this? The intuition for this is that screeners and investigators actually are tending to make errors on quite similar cases, and so there's a lot of double counting that goes on in these stage-wise comparisons. When you aggregate this together in the decomposition correctly, you get back to the system-wide deployment effect. So if you were just trying to forecast what would be the effects of automating the CPS system, stage-wise comparisons alone would overstate the effect of an algorithm by about 4-fold. Next, let's think about the effect of automating the screening stage. There's another selective labels problem here, and we're going to address it in a similar fashion. And if you go back to the decomposition, we can again walk through where are we losing the gains from deploying at just the screening stage. So again, just the stage-wise comparison predicts a large effect, about a 7.0 percentage point reduction in subsequent maltreatment. And here, the downstream response of investigators is what ends up pushing back quite substantially. Again, quantitatively large, estimated to be about minus 9.6 percentage points. And the intuition here is that algorithmic screening is going to be passing along riskier calls where investigator error is much more costly. As a result, if you were to deploy an algorithm just at the screening stage, you would actually get a deployment effect that the point estimate says would actually increase subsequent maltreatment, but if you appropriately account for uncertainty, really can't rule out no effect at all. So what's the upshot here? Even though screeners appear to be making a lot of errors on the cases that they screen out themselves, replacing them would not affect maltreatment due to the downstream responses of investigators. Investigators actually would tend to make more errors on cases that are screened in by the algorithm. So you can, think about how you do a bunch of robustness checks and extensions to this identification results. And so let me now wrap up by just pointing out that everything we've done so far focused on the average within each stage. How can we then now disaggregate it and try to understand heterogeneity across individuals? So I'm going to do now the same stage-wise comparisons across all screeners and across all investigators. So first, across screeners, what you find is actually that all screeners here, on the cases that they screen out, would underperform an equally selective algorithm in this conventional comparison. And even more surprisingly, 82% of them actually do worse than a random screening rule. What's an intuition for this? An intuition for this is that screeners are effectively playing the role of a supervised learning algorithm. They're making a snap judgment on a 15-minute call based on the same information available to the algorithm M of X here. The more interesting case is the investigation stage, where you actually find that a substantial fraction, over 1/3 of investigators, actually would outperform the algorithm on the cases that they have seen. And we then try to spend some time trying to understand what's the role of human advantage here. It turns out that it can't really be explained by anything recorded in the structured data. It's not who they are, it's not the actions that they take, nor is it how they use intake characteristics. So we then want to conclude by asking what explains investigator heterogeneity. To do that, we go to the fact that investigators produce a lot of unstructured data in their investigation process. They write detailed narrative case notes that describe everything that they did in their investigation. So we want to ask, are the higher performing investigators recording systematically different evidence than the underperforming investigators? To do that, we develop a pipeline to do hypothesis generation based on large language models from the case notes of investigators that follows in 3 steps. But due to time, I'm not going to dive into the details, but happy to chat if folks are interested in it. And if you do that, you end up producing about 5 recurring evidence themes that systematically appear across case notes. noting ambiguous or contradictory evidence, adequate care corroboration, and corroborated or evidence of harm or injury. And here is where you find substantial differences between high and low performing investigators. In particular, high performing investigators are much more likely to note evidence of adequate care corroboration and much more likely to note that there's ambiguous or contradictory evidence in their case notes. Furthermore, high versus low performing investigators, conditional on this information being in the case note, do not appear to be behaving differently. So differences in skill is really being driven by differences in the evidence that's generated through the investigation. So with that, let me just wrap up. What we tried to do in this paper is build a framework to evaluate and think about humans and algorithms in a multi-stage system and applied it to study Michigan CPS. We started by making sort of a police work point that in these multi-stage systems, comparisons are not the same as the deployment effects. Traditional human and algorithmic comparisons do not evaluate the effect of deploying an algorithm in a multi-stage system. But the more deep point that I think we want to make is that multi-stage systems force you to take serious the fact that decision-making is actually a bundle of distinct tasks, from gathering evidence to making predictions based on that evidence, and then decisions based on those predictions. And at least in the status quo, Michigan CPS suggests one possible division of labor between humans and algorithms. For decisions that are largely based on prediction and decisions, like the screening stage, the algorithm really dominates human decision makers. But at this point, there is still a scope for humans in Michigan CPS, which is going out in the world and collecting evidence that's not available to the administrative system at the point of a call. And lastly, I just want to point out that while this broader literature has spent a lot of time thinking about how we design algorithms to assist with prediction and decision making, we have not spent nearly as much time thinking about how we design algorithms for all of the other tasks that enter into the multi-stage process. How would you build a tool that helps investigators know what to look for when they go into the home? And I think that's an important direction for us to start thinking about. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ashesh. Thank you to the organizers for including me. I'm Alex Mooring. I'm at the University of Pennsylvania, and I really enjoyed reading and engaging with this really great paper. So to start, I'm going to first sort of share how I see this paper fitting into the existing literature and contributing to that literature before I share a few comments that I noted while reading the paper. So this paper starts with a very natural observation that algorithms are oftentimes not deployed in isolation, right? Oftentimes they're deployed in what the paper calls multi-stage settings. In a case I know well of radiology, this is certainly true. You have a radiologist looks at an X-ray, they pass their notes to a physician who then makes a treatment or diagnosis decision. In the case of hiring, we have resume screeners before we get to the interview stage. And in the setting today, we also have this multi-stage setup. So this question asks, how does automating all or part of this multi-stage system impact the outcome that we actually care about, which is going to be the performance of the entire system, not just a single decision node? And previous work, as the chef notes, focuses mostly on this single decision node, comparing humans to an algorithm. I think this is an important question, and I think it's going to continue to be an important question for many reasons. But one is that in many situations, it's really hard to automate the entire process. A lot of times we want to have a human to sign off on certain actions. Just to give an extreme example, in the healthcare setting, if the algorithm suggests a surgery, the surgeon has to agree to participate in that surgery before it can proceed. So this paper introduces a nice framework for thinking about how we can estimate the impact of automating all or part of this system, and then deploys it in a very consequential setting of Michigan Child Protective Services decisions. So this paper has a ton of strengths, which is great, made it really a joy to read and discuss. First, I love the direction of moving towards more and more sort of policy relevant outcomes. When we think about deploying an algorithm, we care about the performance of the system, not just the performance at a single decision node. So I think this is a really nice direction. The empirical application is pretty easy to motivate, right? I think we can all agree this is a very important setting. And so there's no sort of concerns that this is some sort of low stakes decision. And we also have really great data here. So there's 6 years of calls to the CPS hotline. This is several hundreds of thousands of calls. There's a few 100,000 investigations opened. We have really nice quasi-random variation of calls to screeners and investigations to investigators, which is really helpful for this selective labels problem that Ashesh mentioned. He didn't have a lot of time to go into the details there, but I would encourage anyone who's interested or working on these types of problems to read this paper, because they're extremely careful in applying some of the more modern methods of dealing with the selective labels issue. The main missing variable, I would say, is true mistreatment is hard to measure, and we'll come back to that. So it's operationalized in this setting as whether or not a child or whether or not there's a subsequent call to the CPS hotline about this child, which we'll talk about in a couple of slides. Finally, as you can tell from the talk, and if you look at the paper, extremely careful analysis and really nicely done. So I now want to share a few comments that I had while reading the paper. First, on the framework, it's one thing I really like. It's pretty assumption light. There are not a ton of assumptions that go into it. The main assumptions are different types of exclusion restrictions. So I want to explore the sort of boundary conditions of some of these exclusion restrictions. So first is on the outcome. There's an assumption that the decision to be screened in to receive an investigation is excluded from the outcome variable. And, I could imagine some situations where this might not hold exactly. The great news is that a lot of the analysis in the paper actually doesn't require this assumption. We only need this assumption when we're comparing humans to algorithms at the investigative stage. If this assumption is violated, the comparisons we'll estimate at this investigative stage are going to combine two things. One is going to be the diagnostic effect that we really care about, and then also some sort of treatment effect of the investigations. I could imagine this coming from two different sources. One is there may be sort of a direct effect on the underlying mistreatment. So maybe if there's an investigation, it actually disciplines behavior. If that's the case, there may be some benefit from actually separating the investigation from the decision, and we keep doing the investigations for the benefit they have. Separately, and maybe a little bit more challenging for interpretation, is if the investigation impacts subsequent reporting. So in these investigations, investigators meet with not only the family, but also teachers, neighbors, et cetera. We could imagine this might impact the likelihood of these people making another report. The second set of exclusion restrictions, which aren't discussed as much in the paper, are the exclusion restrictions around humans' actions. So there's an assumption that the human decision makers, these are the screeners or the investigators, their decisions do not depend on whatever is happening in the other stage. And we could imagine in equilibrium, these decisions adjust. So just to give a few examples, we might imagine that human screeners, if they know that the second stage investigations are going to be handled by an algorithm, screen in a lot more cases because perhaps there's less of a capacity constraint. Similarly, if the investigator knows that there's this great algorithm that's screening cases, maybe this impacts the amount of effort they exert in their investigation as well as their ultimate decision. I think this is probably out of scope for this paper. To address this fully, you would need some variation in the policies, which I don't think exists here. And so I got to thinking what is the implication of this if this were going on? And I think it just reinforces your key point, which is that when we deploy these algorithms, the effects on the things that we care about might be different. And this again, just sort of reinforces that. The second point is, of course, with measuring true mistreatment, which is sort of a perennial challenge in these types of studies. In this paper, we operationalize this as whether or not this child has another call to the hotline in 30 to 180 days. There's a ton of robustness exercises. So the exact construction of this indicator doesn't seem to be super consequential, but we could imagine this might not capture perfectly true maltreatment. And so just sort of discussing the assumptions we have to make about false positives and false negatives and how they are the same or different under the different sort of decision-making regimes could be useful. I've got a couple suggestions for some analyses you could do. In the interest of time, I'm going to move on to the final comment, which is the one that I'm most excited about, is there's a ton of data here. So every call to the hotline starts with about a 15-minute conversation with a human screener. The algorithm that's used in this paper is trained on a pretty parsimonious set of features that are extracted from this call. But I'm not sure if you have access to this, but if these calls are transcribed or if you have recordings from this calls, you could imagine there's a lot of valuable information here. And it'd be really great to know, how much does that improve the algorithm. In addition, you have access to the notes of the investigator, which they use for some really interesting heterogeneity analysis and trying to understand the heterogeneous effects that they see. But we could include this in the second stage algorithm. Right now, it's the same algorithm as used to make the screening decision as the case opening decision. But presumably these investigations reveal some nice information. And I think the implications of this could be somewhat interesting, right? If we find that these investigations are quite predictive of whether or not there's mistreatment or not, you could imagine a situation where we still want to have the human investigators doing the investigation because they get this valuable signal, but perhaps we want to aggregate that signal through an algorithm who's better able to discriminate between true positives and false positives. So I think that'd be great, and I think you have some of this data. I've got some small comments and questions for the authors. In the interest of time, I will discuss that with them directly. But thank you again for allowing me to discuss this paper. I very much enjoyed it.
Looking at decision phase within CPS, but changes within the CPS could also affect things elsewhere, like the calls to the hotline, as well as legal system, etc. So it seems like one useful thing would be to characterize the boundary of this. Just give us a sense. How do we know which part? I'm looking at photo of
Just following up on one of Alex's points, I am curious about this simultaneity problem of, if you're trying to automate the investigation decision, that the decision maker in the first stage sort of anticipates the strategy of the algorithm in the second stage. And so how can you deal with this simultaneity if it's possible at all? Thanks.
Hey, thanks. I like this. I'm curious about how the effort that goes into sort of the consequences of a miss are different if there's additional effort put in. So there's a miss, a miss is not just a yes, no, it's a yes, no with effort that goes into the next stage. And I wondered about ranking out of the first stage instead of the coarsening that's happening out there.
I'm going to ask one question too, which is, I just love those last results you had about the power of humans in information gathering. And somehow baked into them was the idea that algorithms are bad at working out when they have missing data. And I was wondering the extent to which you think that is a solvable problem, or is always going to be a role for humans. And if we don't have any more questions, I'm going to give you all of 2 minutes to respond to those.
No, thank you. Thank you all so much. This is, still very much a paper that we are working on. So all comments and questions are extremely, extremely helpful. So let me just, thank Alex for a set of fantastic and helpful comments and suggestions. Let me try to respond and try to clarify how we think about a couple of them. So, fully agree that in a lot of settings, particularly once you leave pretrial, although arguably pretrial has the same issue, there's always this question of, what is the outcome that you're trying to measure when we're evaluating the impact of algorithms? That's particularly salient in child protective services. If you look across the literature, different empirical papers themselves will even define maltreatment in slightly different ways. So what we try to do in the paper is, as Alex mentioned, is we try to report our results to a wide variety of different definitions, changing the notion of changing the horizon, changing the extent of CPS contact, and show how our results look similar. I think there's a deeper notion here, which is one thing we didn't talk about in the presentation, that maltreatment may be some latent object, and all of these are at best proxies for this. And how do we think about designing algorithms when the outcome is something that we don't fully observe, but instead only partially observe, I think is a super interesting question. And then, to your points about exclusion restrictions, I think the one that you raised, which is particularly interesting and exciting, and one that we want to push on, is that, I talked about investigation as really just gathering evidence, then making decisions and predictions, but, really investigation is doing a whole lot of additional things as well. And if you read these case notes, they're doing things like talking to the family about potential drug issues, referring them to potential drug treatment services, and many others as well. We do a little work in the paper to use the case notes to try to document whether there are systematic differences between investigators on this margin, and we don't find as much as we thought going in. But this is something that we still definitely want to think more about. And then, two people asked about these sort of downstream responses of investigators if they're screeners that become automated. I think that's an important question, fantastic one. Given the sorts of variation we exploit, I don't. It's not obvious to me how we would relax this invariance assumption, but I think it's one that we really want to think about. And then to Catherine's final question, I think this is a really rich area, as what we find over and over again is, given the data sets that we have, algorithms can uncover signal that we as researchers can't capture, but humans are really a bundle of a lot of hidden context outside of the sorts of administrative data we have. And I think it's an open question of do humans have some comparative advantage in eliciting that contextual information? And it's an open question because it's one that this broader literature hasn't thought about. How do we build algorithmic tools to ask the right questions, notice the right things when they're out in the field? I think it's something that we could conceivably do in this modern world of AI.
That was wonderful. And now, should we have another round of applause? Yeah, let's have another round of applause. But I have good news in that we're about to go into AI User Data Fest, which will last for 90 minutes. We're going to reconvene at 10 a.m. So everyone get coffee ready for data.
Great. I'm just going to check the
Can you help us, I have to stay when we bring our
All right, everyone. So we have an exciting 90 minutes for you in that we're going to have 3 papers, each with 20 minutes, which are going to tell us about how people are using AI. And then we're going to have Shane bring it all together. And we hope to have an incredibly broad discussion at the end. Now, in the interest of having a very broad discussion, I'm going to allow a very unusual thing. In that if you see something on any of these slides or presentations where you are genuinely confused, you are allowed to say to a microphone, can you clarify that thing I'm genuinely confused about? In other words, I'm saying you can have a point of information question, but you can't have any question designed to make clear how smart you are by asking the question. So if we're clear about those rules, I think we may be ready to give it over to our first presenter.
All right. Thank you to the organizers for having this paper in the program. My name is David Holtz. I'm an assistant professor at Columbia. I'll be presenting this work on how organizations use AI using evidence from ChatGPT. This is joint work with Ronnie Chatterjee, David Deming, who is here and be presenting in a few minutes, Neil Ricolia, Sunny Tambe, and Goisha Weratunga. And I'll just note that Sunny and I have been doing this work on this paper as part-time contractors at OpenAI. Okay, so to quickly frame what I'm going to be showing you, even though this is a data paper, as I think most people in this room, believe and know, generative AI has broad potential as a general purpose technology for knowledge work. But the economic impacts will depend more on just the model capabilities improving and then firms and users in principle having access to the tools. And so in this paper, we're thinking more specifically around 2 different sort of adoption margins, one of which being adoption across firms. So which firms actually choose to adopt enterprise AI tools. And then second, adoption variation within firms. So after a firm sort of makes this binary choice as to whether or not to adopt AI, which workers are actually using AI, how intensively are they using AI, and for what tasks are they using AI? And so in this paper, we try to shed some light on these questions using administrative data from ChatGPT Enterprise. ChatGPT Enterprise is OpenAI's centrally administered workplace product that you purchase through, like an enterprise sales process. And so one thing I'll just note briefly before getting further into the talk is that, we only observe AI use within ChatGPT Enterprise. So we don't observe, maybe shadow usage of consumer ChatGPT within firms. We don't observe usage of other AI tools. And then also we don't observe downstream productivity impacts, which is obviously a question of great interest to everybody in the room, but just beyond the scope of what we're able to look at in this paper. To briefly talk about related literature and just what we're sort of plugging into, I think, with this contribution, there's obviously a longstanding literature on technology diffusion, and then more recent work that looks at AI adoption within firms. We're shedding some light on what AI adoption within firms looks like. And I think something that's very particular about this moment and this wave of papers is that we have much more data for this wave of technological diffusion as to how this technology is diffusing within firms and how people are actually using the technology within firms. There's this recent set of papers that are actually looking at behavioral measurement of realized AI use using telemetry data from tools like ChatGPT. There is a large body of work that looks at heterogeneity across workers and tasks in terms of productivity impacts of AI. We can actually show some of that heterogeneity in practice in terms of how people actually use these tools. And then lastly, just thinking about AI and the organization of work. So how is AI reshaping expertise and hierarchy and division of labor inside of firms? Okay, so the data itself. So in this paper, I'm going to be showing you results from 4 interconnected or related data sets. So let me spend a few moments just describing what these different data sets are. One note that I will make is that all the analyses in the paper use aggregated enterprise usage data from ChatGPT. So no one involved in the work was reviewing any individual prompts or messages, and all the task classifications that I'll show you later on in the talk are generated using automated methods. All right, so sort of the first foundational data set here is I'm just going to call the backbone data set. And so this is an organization week panel of ChatGPT enterprise use. It's a sample of these enterprise workspaces, so firms that have adopted ChatGPT Enterprise between January 2024 and March 2026. And so for each of these firms, we have weekly measures of how many messages are being sent to ChatGPT Enterprise, how many active users there are of the tool in the firm, and then also an aggregate measure of how many output tokens are being produced by the firm between ChatGPT and Codex. Now, we sort of subset this backbone data set in a couple of different ways. The first is to attempt to link a subset of the firms to external data. This is a subset of US-based public companies. And so for a sample of 550 firms, we're actually able to link to external data from CapIQ and CompuStat. And we're going to compare that sample of 550 adopting firms to 11,000 non-adopting US public companies. And we're going to use this data to compare adoption and usage intensity by things like firm scale, various financial measures, and pre-existing investment in complements to IT. A separate sort of subset of the backbone data set is going to link usage to worker characteristics. And so for 1,772 firms, we have a cross-sectional snapshot of administrative job title data. And so we can see what usage looks like within the firms for workers with different job titles. This job title coverage is partial, so we have it for about 70% of workers. And we're able to take the raw job title data and use an automated classifier to organize those job titles into cleaned up job title classes, seniority levels, and then also whether or not the worker is a people manager. In this talk, I'll focus on the job title classes and seniority levels. And then finally, we're able to look at a subset of those worker data linked firms and look at data on what tasks people are using ChatGPT for. So for a cross-sectional snapshot of 945 organizations, we have this week 26 6-month snapshot. And we know for each enterprise message what task it maps to using an internal task classifier that's used within ChatGPT. It's kind of a 2-level classification taxonomy. All right, so with this data, I'm basically going to tell you about 4 different stylized facts. And so they are as follows. So first, enterprise usage is growing rapidly, and it continues to observe within firms after that initial moment when they adopt AI. Second, among the sample of public US firms, we observe that early enterprise AI adopters are larger, more highly valued, and are more heavily invested in IT-related intangibles. Third, enterprise AI use is broadly distributed across worker groups, but the usage across those worker groups is uneven in its intensity. And then finally, enterprise AI use spans a broad set of knowledge work tasks within organizations. And one pattern that you'll see across the results that I show you is that there is sort of a common core of usage and a smaller number of tasks, and then sort of a long tail that we see where workers are, I'd say, more experimenting with using the tool for this longer tail of tasks. So let me show you the evidence that supports each of these 4 stylized facts, starting with this first one, that enterprise AI usage is growing rapidly and continues to expand within the firm after adoption. And this is going to use that backbone data set that I described a couple of moments ago. So this is what combined ChatGPT and Codex output token count looks like, normalized to the output token count in June 2025 for the sample of firms in this sort of backbone data set. And so, these different colors sort of break out different adoption cohorts. So what quarter did the firm first adopt ChatGPT Enterprise? And so I'll point out 2 facts here. The first is that overall output token growth is 7x between June 2025 and March 2026. And then second, if we look at just the set of firms that had already adopted as of June 2025, so those firms in those first few cohorts, we see that even within those firms, output tokens had grown by a factor of 4 over this duration of time. So we're seeing 7x growth overall, but also 4x growth even within firms that had already adopted at the beginning of this sample. If you want some evidence from a slightly different data set, I would say slightly more preliminary evidence on what this post-adoption growth actually looks like. These are a few adoption curves that show what the growth in cumulative adopters and weekly active users looks like across different firms in those 6 months after initial adoption. All right. The second stylized fact here, and this is using this firm linkage data set, is that among this set of public US firms, early enterprise AI adopters are larger, more highly valued, and more heavily invested in these IT-related intangibles. I have a few different results I can show you to sort of support this stylized fact. First, I'm just going to show you some model-free evidence. So this is a comparison of the adopting and non-adopting firms in this comparison data set, looking at 2024 data. And so what we see is that among the adopting firms, we're seeing higher R&D expenses, higher market value, higher net PP&E, higher employee counts, higher total assets, and higher revenue. Let me show you some model-based evidence now as well. So first, we see that larger firms are more likely to adopt enterprise AI. And so here, we're looking at the revenue of the firm, and we look at this in a few different ways. So first, if we just look at the probability of adoption as a function of log revenue, we see that there's a positive statistically significant relationship. Second, we can kind of construct these binary measures of revenue. So is a firm in the top 25% of firms according to revenue, or the top 5% of firms? Again, we see these positive effects, with the positive effects getting larger as we go sort of higher up in that distribution. And then lastly, we can look at where the firm lies in that revenue distribution, conditional on the industry and the year in which the observation is made. And even when we subsample, or I guess redefine the independent variable in this way, we still see these relationships. I'll note briefly that, again, this is on this sample of US public firms. So if we were to look at smaller firms that are not in the sample, it's possible that this relationship would look different. We also see that adoption is more common among firms with greater prior investment in these organizational and intangible assets. And so in each of these regressions, we're basically looking at how the probability of adoption varies with a number of things, like the log revenue per employee or log assets per employee. But the where I want to direct your focus is this top row in this regression table, where we're looking at the amount of investment in these different complementary measures per employees. And so we're looking at SG&A stock, R&D stock, and then capitalized software investment. And we see a positive relationship for all three of these complements. You might think that this is largely driven by tech and high R&D firms. And so in the three columns that are further to the right, we sort of look at the subset of firms that are not tech and high R&D. And even in these firms, we see that the SG&A and R&D coefficients remain significant. And then lastly, these are a couple of ECDFs that sort of show what's the distribution of revenue per employee and market value per employee on a normalized basis look like for three different subsets of firms. So first, firms that are non-adopters, those that don't adopt AI. Second, firms that adopt but are low token intensity adopters, so in the bottom half of firms in terms of their token output. And then finally, high token intensity adopters, so firms that are in the upper half of token intensity. And we see that as token intensity increases from none at all to high, we essentially see these ECDFs on revenue per employee and market value per employee shift essentially monotonically to the right. Okay. The third of these stylized facts is that enterprise AI use is broadly distributed across worker groups, but is uneven in intensity. For these stylized facts, I'll be showing you this results from this worker linkage data set. And so I'm going to show you two different things. So the first is, what does the composition of ChatGPT enterprise usage look like with respect to the seniority level of the worker? One thing to note is that we don't observe the base composition of these firms in terms of the seniority levels. So I can't really say much about whether or not these compositions are driven by the composition of the firm or heterogeneous adoption, conditional on worker type. But this is what it looks like both if we just look at the population level average. That's these sort of, I believe, blue points that are higher up. And then the black points are a firm level average, where every firm in the data set gets equal weight. And so we can see that the composition is a little bit less oriented towards early career workers and executives, more heavily weighted towards ICs, senior ICs, and managers. And then there's a large mass of workers for whom we don't have this job title data, or we were unable to infer a cleaned up seniority level. Second, we can look at differences in usage intensity with respect to seniority. And I want to call everyone's attention to an interesting pattern here, which is that the earlier career workers use AI more intensively. And this basically goes down monotonically as you become more senior. Yes?
What's an IC?
Individual contributor. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to show you similar similar charts that look at the job title class as opposed to the seniority level. And again, we see that there's quite a lot of heterogeneity in terms of the composition of AI users and also in terms of their usage intensity, with people that are in roles like analyst roles and marketing and communication roles using ChatGPT more intensively, and then folks that are in roles like finance or accounting or being sort of an executive or founder or partner of the firm using ChatGPT Enterprise less intensively. All right. The last of these stylized facts is that enterprise AI use spans a broad set of knowledge work tasks within organizations. This is going to use that task linkage data set. And so first, I'll just show you these overall distributions for the firms that are in this data set. And so on the left, you're seeing task prevalence within the week that we observe. So what percentage of workers use AI at least once for a given task? And we can see that there are many tasks for which, sort of a non-trivial share of workers are using AI, ranging from documentation and technical writing to things like sales and marketing or planning and designing and creating. But if we look at the share of messages as opposed to just task prevalence, we can see that usage is a little bit more concentrated. So just three categories here: documentation and technical writing, interpersonal messages, and this technical, digital, and electronic work category account for about 42.7% of messages. We can move beyond this overall distribution and look at variation across different industries. And we see that this general pattern holds with some industry specialization in terms of the tasks that people are using AI for. So for instance, here we see that things are a little bit more diffuse and usage is sort of comparatively high, for instance, in finance and insurance for the task of business and market research, in retail trade for sales and marketing, and again in finance and insurance for financial and tax. But if we look not at the task prevalence measure, but instead at the message share measure, it kind of collapses on these three very common use cases. We see similar dynamics when we look at variation across these different job title classes, where we see sort of a more diffuse distribution with some industry specific or occupation specific specialization. So for instance, people in marketing and communications using AI more often for sales and marketing, people in engineering and technical practice using AI more often for planning, designing, and creating, and people in finance and accounting using the tool more often for financial and tax purposes. But when we look at the message share, it kind of collapses again on this smaller set of categories. Okay, so to kind of wrap up and sort of encapsulate everything that I've shown you, hopefully the key takeaway here is that enterprise AI diffusion and adoption is selective across firms and heterogeneous within firms. So we see that the early adopters within this sample of US-based public firms are not average firms. They're larger, they're more highly valued, they're more intensively invested in these IT-related intangibles. And we see that adoption isn't this sort of binary event, that even within firms that adopt, we see output token usage grow over time. Within firms, we see that AI use is broad across worker groups, but the intensity of usage is varying a lot depending on the type of worker that's using the tool. And finally, although ChatGPT is used across a wide portfolio of knowledge work tasks within these firms, if we look at the sort of message volume, usage remains concentrated in a shared set of core use cases across industries and occupations. I think a couple of general takeaways that we might have here are that measuring AI's effects are going to require going beyond binary adoption measures at the firm level and are going to need good measures of what organizational use actually looks like. And we can also imagine that longer run impacts will depend whether or not this dispersed use that we report in this paper is translating into durable workflows and also the development of complementary capabilities. And so one last piece of early preliminary evidence that I'll show you on a slightly different sample than these four that I've been focusing on in the talk looks at the growth of three different things within firms that adopt ChatGPT. The first is whether or not people are messaging tools within ChatGPT. So this is whether or not you use ChatGPT, for instance, to open a browser or read a PDF or something like that. The second is whether or not firms are, developing and messaging custom GPTs. So these are artifacts within ChatGPT that codify these repeatable workflows. And then finally, whether or not people are messaging connectors. So these are sort of additions to ChatGPT that allow it to connect to, for instance, your email account or your Slack or something like that. And looking at measures like this gives us some sense of the extent to which AI use is becoming embedded in the work practice and whether or not these workflows are being sort of codified into these GPTs and so on and so forth. So early evidence, but something that starts to point in this direction. That's all I had. Thank you so much for your attention. And we will have a working paper online, hopefully in the next week or two. So, and that working paper has many more results beyond those that I've shown you. So really looking forward to feedback on both the talk and the paper itself. Thanks.
Good morning. I'm Michael Navarrete at the Atlanta Fed. I'd like to thank the organizers for including our paper in today's program. This is joint work with Ivan Yotsov, Jose Maria Barrero, who's here in the audience, Nick Bloom, Bill Bunn, Steve Davis, Kevin Foster, who's also here in the audience, Aaron Jalka, Brent Meyer, Paul Meisen, Pavel, Greg Twaits, and Ben. And then this list is going to keep growing as we add more countries and more central banks to our survey. So as Catherine said, please feel free to interrupt with any clarifying questions. And the usual disclaimers apply. These are our views and do not necessarily represent the Bank of England, the Federal Reserve System, or the Deutsche Bank. So productivity growth has been slowing over the last 75 years. Nick Bloom et al. Have a paper, Our Ideas Getting Harder to Find. We see on the right, we see labor productivity has been declining since 1950. And like the big question today now with AI is, could AI actually be reversing this slowdown in productivity growth? At one end of the spectrum, you have Dario Amodei, co-founder of Anthropic, saying that, suggesting that a 10 to 20% sustained annual GDP growth may be possible. And then on the other end, we have Ajimolu saying that TFP gains over the next 10 years are even more modest and are predicted to be less than 0.5%. So if we're a central bank for monetary policy, it's critical to know if is it going to be 10%, 1%, 0.1%. We want to get a better sense to help set monetary policy. So a roadmap for today's presentation, I'm going to try to discuss some of the previous works, finding AI adoption, AI use, then talk about our approach, and then finally show you some results. So there's two broad sets of results on AI usage. You're going to have at the individual level adoption of AI use, and then you're also going to have at the firm level. Our results are going to be at the firm level, but let me discuss a little bit some of the results. First, at the individual level, there are surveys such as the Pew Survey Center asking about ChatGPT usage, and then there's papers like by Bick et al. And Hartley et al. As Brendan presented yesterday's session, showing that AI use by individuals has risen to about 30 or 40%. And then if we go to the firm level, one of the results is from the Business Trends and Outlook Survey, BTOS, from the US Census Bureau. And surprisingly, this seems to be a little bit lower than we might expect. This might be due to who is responding. Maybe it's relative people, junior folk at the firm, or maybe it could be due to a narrower definition of what AI use might be at the firm. Another firm-based survey showing AI usage is RAMP, that's showing higher AI usage. However, this is not a representative sample, it's very selective, and it's also a very narrow definition of paid subscriptions to AI models. So what are we doing? What are we doing with our surveys? Let me give you, so we are going to pull 4 established business surveys in the first wave, covering about 6,000 firms across 4 countries. We're going to have the Survey of Business Uncertainty at the Atlanta Fed that's focusing on the US. We're going to use a decision makers panel from the Bank of England, the Bundesbank online panel firms for Germany, and then the Business Outlook Scenarios Survey from Australia. So one of the key contributions is we're going to be able to field these questions around the same period. The first wave was between November 2025 and January 2026, and we're using the identical question, identical wording, and we're going to be able to ask these questions every 6 months. And ideally, we're going to add more countries, more central banks to get more information. So how do we actually recruit these businesses, these firms to participate in our survey? So we have people actually, this is like a very expensive process, like $1 million a year to run these surveys. We have like people phoning these business executives, so we know that it's like a real person on the other end. It's a real executive. It's not a bot that's responding to our surveys. So we're doing random sampling from a population with 10 plus employees. You might be, why should we trust your results? Why should we use it? Why should we see these results as informative? We find that our survey track aggregate measures such as output and employment. We can see for the SBU that for the US that sales growth from the SBU seems to track aggregate output. Similarly, employment from the SBU seems to track aggregate employment from official statistics. And then similarly, the DMP seems to also track aggregates from for the UK. But so even if you think that it tracks in real time, you might be, why should we care about expectations of what these firms are telling us about the impact of AI on employment or productivity? We do see for the US and the UK that these firms, if we plot what expected sales growth is a year from now, then we align it with realized sales growth from a year ago, they seem to line up pretty well. As we can see, there's like a positive slope showing us there's actually some signal, there's some information where firms that expect larger sales growth tend to actually end up having larger realized sales growth. So if there was no information, we would have expected this slope to just be flat, to be no information. So there is some predictive power from these expectations. And then who are we asking? Again, one of the differences with BTOs from the US Census Bureau is we're asking senior executives. Over 90% in the DMP for the UK, and about 70% of the respondents of these surveys are senior executives. And what do I mean when I say senior executives? I'm referring to CEOs, CFOs, and senior management. So without further ado, let's get into the results. So before I actually show you the results on AI usage, employment productivity, I'd like to spend a little bit of time going through the questions that we're literally asking these respondents. So for AI usage, we ask, which of the following artificial intelligence technologies, if any, does your business currently use, and which do you expect to make use of over the next 3 years? So these firms have multiple options that they can choose from, including obviously text generation using large language models, robotics, autonomous vehicles. They can say they don't know, and they can obviously choose not using, do not expect to use any artificial intelligence technologies. And then we're asking about the current period as well as what they expect over the next 3 years. So what do we find? So the black bar represents the average across these 4 business surveys. The light blue represents the US SBU. The red bar represents the DMP survey for the UK. The purple bar represents the Deutsche Bank for Germany. And then the green bar represents Australia. And we can see that in the first wave, around 70% of firms were currently using at least one AI technology. And we can see which AI technologies these firms are using. And unsurprisingly, it seems like text generation using LLMs is a large share. And then surprisingly also that it seems for all 4 countries, it seems to be very high adoption, even in the first wave. So then if we're going to ask these firms about employment impacts, we specifically ask them the following question. How has the adoption of artificial intelligence technologies affected the number of employees in your business over the past 3 years? And how do you expect this to affect your number of employees over the next 3 years? So this is going to be a Likert scale where they can range from a large positive influence to a large negative influence of the impact of AI. And again, we're asking about the past 3 years and the next 3 years. So over 90% of firms report no employment impact so far. When we ask about over the last 3 years, we can see that there's a very large mass. And this is firms reporting no impact. So the impact of AI on employment over the past 3 years. And basically all three of the 4 surveys are showing about 90%. And then if you look at the average impacts, the panel on the right, it's very close to 0. There's the US and the UK are slightly negative, and then Germany and Australia are slightly positive, but I wouldn't read too much into that. So then this is very different than what we ask about employment over the next 3 years. We still see that there is substantial math saying that there'll be no impact on employment for a large share of firms over the next 3 years. However, we see there's now substantial math now to the left describing negative impacts. It's also worth noting that there are some firms reporting that's going to have positive impacts on employment. So there is heterogeneity across firms that I won't be able to go into detail today. So the average impact across these 4 surveys is about an employment reduction about 0.7%. Larger reductions in the US and the UK, and it seems that there are differences in Germany and Australia. Maybe it could be differences in regulation. Maybe it might be harder to fire a worker, for example, in Germany than it might be in the US or the UK. So for productivity impacts, we asked firms the following question. How has the adoption of artificial intelligence technologies affected the volume of sales per employee in your business over the past 3 years? And how do you expect this to affect your volume of sales per employee over the next 3 years? Again, this is going to be a Likert scale ranging from a large positive influence to a large negative influence. And again, the past 3 years and the next 3 years. So again, it's a big fat zero over what's happened over the past 3 years. These firms are telling us that there's no productivity impact so far, very little math to the left reporting a negative impact, and a small mass reporting a positive impact so far. And the average impact is about a 0.3% increase in productivity over the past 3 years. And similar across these 4 business surveys across these 4 countries. However, if we look the impact of productivity over the next 3 years, it paints a very different picture actually. So there is still a large share of firms reporting no productivity impacts over the next 3 years, but now we now see a shift to the right where there's a much larger share of firms reporting positive impacts of productivity, and we see that the US and the UK are both reporting large productivity increases due to AI over the next 3 years, with the US reporting about a 2.3% increase, and the UK about a 1.9% increase, and then overall about a 1.4 across these 4 surveys. So the goal of this project, it's part of the data fest. We want to collect more and more data. So the goal is to run these surveys, these identical questions, every 6 months, and ideally, we want to add more countries to the set being included. For the wave that we just conducted the previous month, we added 4 countries, but today we're still processing one of them, so I'm only going to show you 3 additional new countries. We added Canada, Mexico, and South Africa. The 4th country that we're still processing is South Korea, but we plan to update the draft in a couple weeks as well with this new wave of results. So again, we're asking the same questions on AI usage, employment impacts, and productivity impacts. And again, ideally, we're going to keep asking these questions every 6 months. So I'm just going to show you what the impacts are for current AI usage, productivity impacts over the next 3 years, and employment impacts for the next 3 years for this second wave. It's worth noting now that it's now an unbalanced panel in the sense of like this second wave is taking the average, but it's taking the average now of a much larger set of countries. So now I'm ordering the countries from GDP per capita, with the US being the largest, the one being to the left, and then the lowest one, South Africa, being on the right. It's also worth noting that South Africa has much noisier estimates, given that it has a much smaller sample size of about 100 observations, slightly over 100 observations. So we see AI technology, AI adoption has increased. Previously, it was about 70%. Now we see 75%. There's a large increase in the US. And then even in more developing countries, it seems there's this like relationship where the more developed countries are adopting AI more, but even the less developed countries such as South Africa and Mexico are still adopting AI at relatively high rates. So what's the expected impact of AI on employment over the next 3 years? We now find a negative 0.4% decline in employment Previously, we were finding a negative 0.7% decline. However, this is in large part being driven by the new countries being added with Canada, Mexico, and South Africa showing different trends. The US is still expecting about the same, with about a negative 1.3% decline in employment over the next 3 years. It's just that, again, Canada is close to zero, South Africa is close to zero, and surprisingly, Mexico is actually predicting a positive impact on employment over the next 3 years, which, yeah, we have to see if this trend continues maybe in 6 months, maybe their priorities might change these firms. So the expected impact of AI on productivity over the next 3 years, previously in the first wave, we got about a 1.4% increase over the next 3 years, and now we're getting a 1.7% increase. So it's a larger increase, but in part for the US, it hasn't really shifted much actually from the first wave. So that's one of the contributions of our paper, is we can see that this evolution of how these firms are expecting these impacts. So maybe there might be a shift. Maybe, for example, let's say there was an AI bubble and the AI bubble pops. Maybe then these firms might become much more pessimistic, and then their expectations might shift drastically. And again, it seems there's kind of a relationship where the more developed countries are expecting larger productivity gains, and then again, Mexico being a little bit of an outlier, the less developed countries expecting lower returns, lower gains in productivity growth. So I think I'm a little bit early, but let me wrap up. So AI use is already widespread. So far, firms are reporting little impact on employment and productivity. However, this stands in contrast about the expectations these firms have over the next 3 years, both for productivity increases and employment decreases in general. So US firms sharply increased AI usage from the first wave to the second wave in AI adoption, but they have similar expectations so far for productivity gains and employment losses. And again, we're going to repeat these surveys, asking the same questions every 6 months. And ideally, we're going to extend coverage where we have more countries, more central banks participating in our survey. So thank you.
Since you have a minute,
Yeah.
you showed some great data about how well calibrated their answers were in terms of employment and sales.
Yeah.
Had you asked the productivity questions before as well?
We hadn't asked productivity questions before prior to the survey, but maybe we can do kind of like a back of the envelope kind of exercise to see something that, but no, we hadn't directly.
Oh, go ahead. Hope we're not bored of Data Fest yet. 3 out of 3.
Never bored.
Okay, good. Oh, okay, great. Thank you very much. And thanks for the opportunity to present this paper. I'm looking forward to your feedback, Shane's comments, and others' comments. Got an all-star team of co-authors here. This is Ronnie Chatterjee from Duke and OpenAI, Tom Cunningham, formerly OpenAI, now at NBER, me, Zoe Hitzig, formerly OpenAI, now at Anthropic, Chris Ong at OpenAI, and Carl and Kevin also at OpenAI. I guess I should give a disclaimer as well. I am not affiliated with OpenAI in any way. I have not, as far as I know, received any payment from OpenAI. Still waiting for that equity, Sam. No, just kidding. And I don't have any kind of contract with them other than signing an NDA. I have no formal relationship with OpenAI. And they're good with anything I say as long as I stay in my sandbox and I don't attack Hugging Face. Okay, just kidding. All right. Okay. All right. Just kidding. Okay. All right. So, ChatGPT, a lot of people use it. Okay, so it was launched in November 2022. I think it hit 1 million users in like 5 days. And by the end of 2025, it had more than 800 million, now has about 900 million weekly active users, sending more than 3 billion messages per day. I'll show you this data, but more than 900 million weekly active users is about 10% of the global population is using ChatGPT weekly. And so in this paper, what we do is we use anonymized internal data. I'll tell you exactly what we do later, to study basically how people are using this new technology that everybody's using. So we study diffusion, conversation topics, work-related use, user intent, and what tasks people are using ChatGPT for. And then we try to understand it through a very simple model of interaction with a chatbot, where people can basically either do workplace tasks themselves, they can delegate the task to an AI, or they can ask the AI for advice and then do the task themselves. So there's a kind of trade-off people are facing in terms of how they interact with the AI, where they can basically ask for information and then do the thing anyway, or they can just directly delegate. And we try to explore the conditions under which people will make one of those choices. And then just to say, I skipped the lit review slide in the interest of time. It's all in the paper. But I think what we're adding here, apart from just having access to this incredible data, is there's a bunch of work, like survey work, like what you just saw, that looks at, asks people how they're using AI and links it to demographic characteristics. So I've done some work with Adam Blandon and Alex Bick on that. You don't really have actual data on how people are using it. You just kind of ask them. And then there's a bunch of data from OpenAI, Anthropic, and other, where it's like using telemetry data, but you don't know much about people. But what we've done here is link our users to some demographic data, so we can put the how people use it together with the who the people are. So that's one thing we're trying to do here. Okay, so a little bit about privacy. So similar to the other paper you saw, we're going to use automated classifiers exclusively to try to understand how people use ChatGPT. And what that means is we're not actually looking at any user messages. We basically run a classifier on the data. So the way we do it is randomly select a message from a user and then use the 10 preceding messages as context. And that's because sometimes if you're talking to a chatbot, you'll say, yeah, do that. And if you just have the message, you don't really know what they're talking about. So we use the previous 10 messages, but then you classify the message itself. And then again, rather than looking at data, what we're going to do is we wrote our classifiers, use them in the data, and then we validate them against a public data set of ChatGPT messages called wild chat. And then we validate that relative to humans. So we run our same classifiers on this public data set, get a bunch of classification decisions about, is this message related to work? Is this about writing? Is it about coding? Are you asking for therapy advice or whatever? And then we compare human ratings and ask how well our messages link up to the human rating. And that's all in the appendix of the paper. Okay, so that's the way we approach that. You might say, how do you know whether a message is related to work or whatever? And this is how we're figuring that out without actually looking at the data. Okay, and then we have a couple of other supplementary analyses where we're actually going to link our users to publicly available data on employment and education, a subset of users. But then we do that linkage inside what's called a secure data clean room. So basically the data sits there. We write code to the data clean room. It publicly logs all the activity. You send the code inside, it runs the analysis and gives you back aggregated results. And then we wrote it so that it automatically cleans out cells below 100 users. So we're never getting data back on small numbers of users. Okay, so that's the way we analyze the individual data. Okay, so all right, so growth first. So again, this is kind of the other side of the ChatGPT picture. We are covering only consumer plans here. So this is free, Go, Plus, and Pro from November 2022 when it started through the end of 2025 in this paper. Okay, and we're going to look at daily message counts, the date people first interacted. So we look at cohorts and then things like country and some other self-reported things. And again, this excludes all the enterprise and business-related usage. Okay, so it's a simple figure of weekly active users over time. So you can see it starts from 0 here in November 2022. By early 2024, the end of 2023, you had a bit over 100 million users. This is weekly active users on ChatGPT consumer plans. By the beginning of 2025, end of 2024, you've gotten about 350 million weekly active users, and now it's above 800 million, 850 million. Okay, so this is the exponential. At some point, it's going to have to flatten out because there's only so many people in the world, but we're not there yet. Okay. So what we do here is look at daily message. So that's users. This is daily messages. So the black line is showing you the trend in daily message volume. Okay, so by the end of 2025, people are sending more than 3 billion messages on ChatGPT every day. Okay, and this black line shows you the overall trend. What these dashed lines show you is the trend for cohorts of people who signed up at a particular date. So that, for example, the yellow dashed line says, okay, if you first started using ChatGPT in the first quarter of 2023, what is the trend in your messages per day? And so on for each of these subsequent quarters. So this allows you to break it down into growth in message volume from adding new users versus intensity with existing users. Okay, and so what you see, it's mostly adding new users, right? So even the lines are not. But one thing to notice that I think is very interesting is if you look at kind of the end of 2025, you see increases in message intensity for all of the cohorts. And that's important because that's actually telling you it's a time effect and not a cohort effect. So it could be that the models are getting better and people are using them more, or it's something about public awareness of ChatGPT. I actually think it's the models getting better is probably what it is. People start using it more, and you see that for all of the cohorts, regardless of when they signed up. Yes, David. That's true. And we're not measuring tokens, but messages will give you some insight into that. Yeah, so this is not tokens. This is just number of messages, but you're probably right that that's going to be related to tokens. Yep. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, there are Is that like model release dates?
Yep. Yeah. Well, so these data are smooth. It's model release dates, and also there are seasonal patterns in ChatGPT consumer usage, so people use it less at the end of the year as well, like during the holidays, basically. Okay. So another thing is we looked at, again, people self-report their names. So what we did is link that to a database of classifiable names. So we don't guess. We say like there are databases of common male and female names. David being one of them. There are a lot of Davids in the room because we're all born around the same time. It's a popular name. For us, okay, and then there are other names that are for women as well. And so what we do is say, look, if you're not in one of these known databases of common names by gender, we just don't match it, and that's the unknown line there on the left. And so what you see is that basically when people at the initial sign-up cohorts, it was very highly male. The initial set, this is the blue line. And then what you've seen is over time, and this is the left-hand side, we're showing including the unknown category, and the right-hand side just excluding that. In both, what you see is a complete gender convergence by the end of 2025. So ChatGPT used to be, 65% male. Now it's 50-50. Okay. Other thing we can look at is the age distribution. So I think this is pretty striking. Among people who report age, 71% of global ChatGPT usage is by people between the ages of 18 and 34. So we exclude people under the age of 18. They're not in the denominator here. So among all adult usage, 71% of it is people between the ages of 18 and 34. And only 5% of global ChatGPT usage is by people over the age of 55. Okay, so it's heavily, heavily, heavily used by the young. Okay. Now we also look at this by country income. So what we do is just show you this binned plot of weekly active user shares of internet users. So sometimes in some countries usage is low because people don't have access to the internet. So we basically divide by the internet usage share. And then look, by GDP per capita, what is the trend in usage in May 2024 and then May 2025? So what we see, if you look at just the May 2025 example here, is that in very poor countries, usage is lower, but once you get to about the 25th percentile of the distribution globally of GDP per capita, usage is fairly flat, right? So usage in middle income countries like Brazil and South Korea, is very similar to usage in high income countries like the US. And again, you see this convergence in part because when you get up to 10% of the global population, you're going to see gender convergence, you're going to see country income convergence, et cetera. It's like the more people who are using it, the more common it's going to be. All right, so how is it used? So again, for this data set to think about the how, it's a little more subtle. So we take a subsample of our data, about 2 million sampled conversations, not messages, conversations. So many more millions of messages. From logged in users between May 2024 and December 2025. And again, we sample a conversation and then randomly select a message and then use the preceding messages as context. Then for a subset of the data, about 130,000 users and 1.6 million messages, we link it to this public data set I mentioned earlier. All right, so the first thing we do is classify usage by work and non-work. We say, is this message likely related to paid work? And again, that's a subjective thing, but again, we validate that against the public data log and get pretty good correspondence between what a human would say is paid work and what the AI classifier would say. And what we find is, both work and non-work messages, we don't say home because some people work from home, so work and non-work messages have grown a lot, but non-work usage has grown much faster. So by the end, non-work usage is about 3/4 of all messages are not related to work. Now, that doesn't mean, so this is just consumer plans. Another way to think of this is on a consumer plan, people are sending 800 million messages every day related to paid work on a consumer plan. So it's still heavily used by work, but the growth is mostly in non-work usage. Okay. Okay. So now we classify messages into what is the topic of this conversation you're having. And that is an inherently subjective exercise. So I'm going to tell you one way we do it. It's obviously not the only way to do it. We classify messages into 24 detailed categories, and I'll show you a bunch of those in a second. And then aggregate that up into 7 broad topics. Writing, this is a very common use for AI, as everybody knows. What we call practical guidance, technical help, multimedia, seeking information, self-expression, which is therapy and relationship advice, and then other or unknown, and chit-chat. Okay, so here are the topic shares over time. So the 3 most common usages of ChatGPT by far are practical guidance, seeking information, and writing. Writing used to be the most common. In mid-2024, it was about 1/3 of all messages. Now it's about 1/4. So what are the differences between practical guidance and seeking information? You might be asking yourself. Seeking information is, we think of that as like super Google. So this is like you're asking for something that you can find on the web, and there's no customization to the user. Okay, so you might say who was the president of the United States in 1881 or something like that. Okay, Whereas practical guidance might be, okay, I'm a 55-year-old man who just had ACL surgery, design a workout routine for me. I'm 5'10", 165 pounds or something like that. So you're having a conversation with a chatbot, supplying it with some context, getting something in return. And that is not something you can get out of traditional web search. So that is more or less how we divide these things. And practical guidance is the most common usage, and it's mostly non-work. So like the most common use case is like, help me figure out how to fix my dishwasher, or like design a workout plan for me, or, help me shop online or whatever. So it's, again, like advice, innocuous advice, mostly. Okay. And then there's some other things here that are interesting. So we see technical help, which is coding, but also data analysis and mathematical analysis. It started off as 10% of all messages, and now it's down to 4% by the end of 2025. That's not because people are sending fewer technical help messages. It's because all the others are growing so much faster. Okay, so it's only 1 in 25 messages now related to technical help on the platform. And then self-expression, subject of a lot of discussion in the public, but it's about 5% of all messages. Okay. And now what I'm going to show you is the same topic shares, just restricting to messages that we think are related to paid work. And what you see is there, the most common topic is writing. So about 41% of all messages related to work are writing. So this is by far the most common work-related use cases. And the other ones don't change as much. Technical help is up a little bit. Self-expression down a little bit. Okay. So here's you probably can't see this, can you? I'm sorry. I'll just tell you some highlights. So this is the breakdown into the 24 topics. Let me just point out a few things. So this green right here, green right here is the practical guidance category. And one of the most common ones up here is called tutoring and teaching. So that's 8%, 8.3% of all messages. So let's call it, roughly 1 in 12 of all messages sent on ChatGPT consumer plans are related to tutoring or teaching. So that's a huge volume of messages about, education or maybe cheating, everything in between. And then, of course, there's how-to advice and other things. One interesting thing here is in the writing category. Right here, you can see that not all of it is asking ChatGPT to write something for you. So we have that here, that it's personal writing and communication is 8%, but editing or critiquing provided text is also about 8%. And when you add all these categories up, what you get is about half of the messages are actually requests for ChatGPT to modify text that is provided by the user rather than to write something for me. So it's not just delegating the writing, it's also asking for feedback on it. Okay. Another thing we did was match, we used a classifier to ask how this maps to ONET topics. This is for work-related messages. So we say, when you're having a conversation with a chatbot, does it relate to a work task? And what we found here is that again, it's very heavily concentrated. There's about 7 tasks here that collectively account for nearly 80% of work-related messages. And I'll just read them to you. It's documenting and recording information, thinking creatively, making decisions and solving problems, getting information, interpreting information for others, interacting with computers, and providing consultation and advice to others. And the interesting thing about this is that these are tasks that are common in almost all occupations. And indeed, in the paper we do is we say, okay, we have a ranking here. Now let's ask how the ranking differs by the user's 2-digit occupation. And what we find is the same task, like documenting and recording information, is the top task for all of the occupation categories. So there's really not that much variation in usage across people's occupation, but these things are useful in all occupations. Okay. All right, so another thing we're interested in is what, again, this framework I mentioned earlier about how is the user asking for advice? Are they asking the model to do something for them? And so we use a classifier that has 3 categories. One is we call asking, which is seeking information or advice that helps the user make a decision or act independently. Another one is doing, requesting an output the model creates primarily for the user. So that may be like write me an email or create an image for me. And then expressing, which doesn't really have any economic content. It's like talking to the model and getting to know each other better. Okay, so the user intent shares over time, about half of messages are asking, a bit more than half. That's been relatively stable over time, but we do see a substitution over time away from doing related messages. Used to be close to half, now it's down to about 32%, and the expressing messages are increasing, and that's mostly driven by the increasing non-work intensity of ChatGPT. Okay, and so I'll tell you why I think that's important when we think about this model of human AI interaction. I'm not going to have time to get into the whole model. I just want to give you a flavor of it. We think about this as a principal agent model, literal agent, chatbot agent, where the principal faces a bunch of tasks, and the payoff of this is the key thing we're interested in. The payoff of the task depends on the context that is fully known to the principal, but not to the chatbot. So you have something you want the chatbot to do with you, and it might be super intelligent, but it can't read your mind. So you need something in particular, and you have to communicate some context to it in order to get the output you want. Okay, so the principal has 3 choices. They can perform the task themselves and pay some effort cost. They can delegate the task fully to the chatbot, and that gets rid of the effort cost, but then they get, we call it generic action. So it's like if you say to chat, write me an email, it's going to write you an email that is kind of like the average of all the emails in its training data, more or less. And the more context you give it, write an email to my boss is a jerk, my boss is mad at me for something, it's going to change the email in response. So the more context you give it, the more customized it's going to be. Not better or worse, just customized. Okay, and then you can also ask the chatbot for advice. You can say, help me, what do you think about this email I wrote to my boss, or something like that. Okay, so we call it a principal agent model, but there's no incentive misalignment here. They're aligned. It's just that the friction is missing context. So you have to communicate some context to the agent. And so the key thing we're interested in is when you're working on a task, what is what we call the context gap, which is the difference between the average action the chatbot will give you and what you actually want. Okay, when the context gap is larger, it's costlier to delegate. And then also, like, there's some tasks where the model is much better than you at it, and those are the ones where you're more likely to delegate because it's just better than you. Okay, so it's pretty straightforward the way I described it. The predictions are in tasks where the AI is relatively better than the person, we will expect to see more delegation, and in the tasks where that are more high context for you, meaning you want something really customized and bespoke, you're more likely to ask rather than delegate. Okay, and so then I'm not going to bore you with the model details or interest you with the model details, but I am going to show you the empirical test. So what we do here is for this question of when you delegate, we're going to say, because we know who the users are, even though we can essentially control for user fixed effects, and we can look at all of the ways you use AI. If you're using AI to do a task that has a higher exposure score, according to the Alundu et al. Paper, we think of those as being things where AI is relatively better. What we find is that you are more likely, the particular user, are more likely to delegate rather than ask when you are using AI for a task in which AI has greater exposure, meaning it is relatively better. Okay, so tasks where the AI is better, you're delegating rather than asking. That's kind of the first prediction, and that, again, holds within user as well as across users. And then secondly, to look at the context of a conversation, we develop one more classifier we call the context classifier, which is basically asking the AI to figure out, is this question you're asking something that doesn't depend at all on external knowledge known to the user, or does it depend highly on it? So an example of that would be like if you say, reformat this for Microsoft Word, it's like you don't need any specific context, you just do the thing, or summarize this email. Whereas high things would be like you want to ask it advice, or you want to delegate something about your personal financial situation, or something that's about your organization in particular. So it's context that you really have to give the model. It wouldn't know otherwise. Yep, okay. And in this data, just to give you a sense, about 46% of our conversations are low context and 26% are high context. Okay, so we find here is, again, within user, so with user fixed effects, and even user by task fixed effects, when users are having higher context conversations, they are more likely to ask rather than delegate. And again, that is true within user and also within task. So if I'm computer programming and I have a very high context requirement, I'm more likely to ask rather than delegate, and vice versa for lower context queries. Again, within user and within user by task. Okay, so that's kind of consistent with our framework. Last thing I want to show you that I think is interesting for exploring where this is going in the future is that, one interesting thing is that asking, so this is the blue line here, overall within our user panel has increased over time. But when you control for individual by task fixed effects, it's decreasing. And that's because queries are becoming much higher context over time. So people are using a ChatGPT to do much more customized things than they did a year or two ago. Okay, and what that's doing is it's driving usage more towards asking than it otherwise would, because you can't really delegate to the model when you have something really specific you want it to do. So this is important because it shows that even as the models are getting better, our intuition might be you're going to delegate more, but maybe you're not, because you're going to ask the model to do more complex things. And again, even if the model is super intelligent, it can't read your mind. And so the more bespoke and particular a thing is that you want from the AI, the more you will actually ask for advice, and the more you will work with it rather than just outsourcing what you're doing. Okay, so we think that has important implications for where this whole thing is going. Okay, so let me just wrap up. Again, by the end of 2025, more than 800 million people were using consumer ChatGPT weekly. That's about 10% of the world's population, more than 3 billion messages a day. We see broadening by gender, country, income, and conversation topic over time. Non-work usage grew faster. It's about 3/4 of all messages. And these three categories are by far the most common. And again, we see like not that much variation across occupations and how people are using it. And finally, we think, we show that asking is more common than doing when the queries are requiring a lot of customization and high context. And that's the trend in which this is going for consumer ChatGPT. Thanks a lot.
Users, yeah, that one. Yeah, let's get that. It's so nice when your presenters are clear and you can depend on that. So I get the joy of having to step back and I can just depend on them having done a good job. So, thanks for such a stimulating assignment. I'll start by saying there are two approaches to framing user research. You can skate to where you believe the puck will be, or you can treat the past as prologue and learn from it. These papers are very good at skating, and they could learn other metaphors. So that's what I'm going to go and try to emphasize. I have too much to say, so I'm going to color code what I am going to say between what we already knew and the new things the papers deliver. And the references are at the end of the slides because I just don't have time. We should begin with bragging rights. The data cover first stream, mainstream adopters and users of a major technology. By comparison, it would be as if we had a survey of Model T users in 1912. We don't, but it would be equivalent to that. It would be like users of televisions in 1954, PCs in 1984, and the internet in 1999. And really, they had the presence of mind to do this at this stage. They had the energy to collect the data, and they achieved, they analyze it, produce the paper, that they have bragging rights. So let's just start off there. Okay, I want to go further on that last comparison to 1999. So how much similarity is there between these two events? So, before 1995, I lived through this, you could talk to somebody in 1989 about the web. You could talk to Tim Berners-Lee in 1991. You could talk to users in 1992, and you could not explain it to anybody. You had to be an insider because you had to use it to understand it. Before 2022, there were insiders in large language models. They were so enthusiastic, but darn, you could not explain it to anybody, and you had to use it to understand it. Let's keep going. There was a release in November 1994. There was a release in November 2023. It catalyzed growth. The browser, it catalyzed the investment in a whole bunch of infrastructure. ChatGPT deployed. And boy, was there a lot of infrastructure growth. There's been an investor boom. There's been an investor boom. Browser growth captivated attention. There was 100 million adopters in 1998. We thought that was cool because it was 60% of total addressable market. Today, I thought just last month we hit a billion, and that's something like 1/3 of the non-Asian market. The web started as an app and migrated into infrastructure. Large language models started as a software service. It is migrating into infrastructure service. And Microsoft tried to invest in Netscape. Microsoft invested in OpenAI. The prominent organization at the time was the World Wide Web, which was a non-for-profit. ChatGPT, sort of a non-for-profit, sort of not. We're not really sure. And finally, in 1999, Celebrity Wedding captivated the public. It was Victoria Posh Spice Adams and footballer David Beckham. I lived through that one too. And as you might recall, just recently, we had Taylor, not Ophelia Swift, and footballer Travis Kelce. Life goes on. So history rhymes. Let's see how much further we can go with that. I want to take three propositions from the internet era and look for them in the present. Okay, so proposition number one, the conventional gridless model of adoption provides a misleading indicator of usage. Number two, industry status and organizational traits drive business adoption and post-adoption usage. And in households, there are two budget constraints on usage. One is money and the other is time. Okay, so I just should say, this audience, you all know the model, right? The S curve. Okay, so the conventional model, why we might think it would work, there's one thing that's being adopted. Yes, you might think it's inexpensive, it's straightforward for a middle-income household, and it's a low-risk investment for business. We care about it. We cared about it in 1999 because there was a network effect, and so we were anticipating ubiquitous adoption would generate complementary effects. Today, basic service is not expensive, and again, it's pretty straightforward. And supply does not differ across the globe. It is the same model everywhere, and all you need is a functional broadband network. You can do it on your phone. It's not the same experience. And I just want the authors to comment on that because it does matter, and I just don't know how. The one interesting thing you get from just recognizing this is that it means the total addressable market is much larger today by comparison, and therefore justifies a much higher level of investment. It raises questions about barriers in China and, of course, the effect of language. And arguably, is there or is there not a network effect? And again, is that generating complements or not? Let's keep going. Why doesn't the model work so well? Because there are muddled boundaries between home and work, and it's mismeasured in multiple places and on multiple devices, and the internet and the web. There wasn't really an object that was being adopted in one place across a constant adopting population. In addition, we can say about adoption, it was that basic adoption was wide, but it was comparatively shallow in the sense that it didn't have a big productivity effect. And most of the productivity was coming from enhancing business processes. On the other hand, so by comparison, I look here, you got the same muddle again, although that is kind of an opportunity rather than a negative. You can tell us how work from home is going because you've got the information. You can tell us if hours work are going up because people are working from home now in more than they used to. That's pretty interesting. Of course, you could also tell us if people are goofing off at work and asking for advice on how they should date their whoever it is and so on. But you can go both ways on that. The other thing about large language models, by comparison, it is, again, very wide, although, again, it looks somewhat shallow. And if it's not, it would be interesting to understand how it's affecting productivity more directly. And that's, my presumption is walking in, enhancing business processes is where the productivity is going to be. Let's just talk a little bit about that. By comparison, in 1999, we already knew that enhancing business processes was expensive, highly varied in purpose, high risk to execute, and potentially yielding variable results. It tended, we know now with retrospect, it was deep but narrow, that in the sense that some industries changed a lot, but not many of them. And, it took a long time for us to figure that out. So by comparison, I have the same questions here. Will it be just as varied? Will the market structure respond to demand? How is it responding? Actually, to me, it looks like it is responding. And deep seems possible here, but so does narrow. And that seems to be something we have to determine. So that gets us into our second proposition about industry status and organizational traits. If you look back on what happened in the internet era, enhancement of business process was really quite slow and rarely useful right away. And, can list a lot of reasons why. Team coordination, technical competence, the technical debt, all kinds of bottlenecks. And many processes had to be reinvented to achieve those goals. I prefer to call that co-invention because there's the first level of adoption, and then there was the second level of organizational redesign and new business services that were invented to take advantage of the situation, and every industry tended to be very different. Looking at these three papers, do we see enhancement here? Is it difficult? 1,000 times yes. Must they be co-invented? We don't know yet. It's kind of too early to tell. It looks like it. I sort of should say I can just read the debates on the Substacks as easily as you. It sure looks like that's what we're debating about. I would like to hear a lot more about where the co-invention is difficult and why. We do have breakout apps in customer service and coding assistance, but we'd like to know more about the other areas. And what kind of breadth and depth are we getting? It's to be determined. Another thing I would say is that looking back on the previous era, management's vision played a pretty important role in redirecting where the investments went. And entrepreneurs looked at the situation quite differently from the established firms. I'd like to hear much more about that too. Supply conditions also varied quite a bit. Now I'm going to be US-centric for a moment, quite a bit between the urban and rural parts of the United States, even between the largest cities and the medium-sized cities. And most of the major wage gains occurred in the larger cities. And so by comparison, we don't know any of these things. I would sure like to know which industries are doing the most and why. Do entrepreneurs see this differently and why? Have the internet era firms just grown up, and are they doing most of the action here because they're digitally native? Or is it the same leading list of leading old-time users as before? JP Morgan was a big internet adopter. Are they a big AI adopter today? And that's just what we're observing. And boy, is there a difference between the urban-based firms and the rural-based firms or not? That would be just a pretty straightforward thing. I'd like to know that. I'll just flash this up here. If you look back, we have the benefit of hindsight again. If you look back at 1999, what was available, and then what was available a few years later, and this is from user data in 2013, you can see what people were using, and most of it wasn't invented by 1999. So the conclusion you'd make is if the past is a prologue, the supply of the biggest productivity creations for large language models have not occurred yet. Right. And so those are years in the future. The premise, you may or may not buy the premise, but that's the conclusion. All right, the last proposition. I'm trying to prevent from pulling the Scott Stern and going over time. Okay, so that's a joke on Scott. He's not here to defend himself, but you all know he's a wonderful man. So I'm just going to look at money and time constraints in home use. One of the interesting things, if you look at usage, is high-income users of the internet don't make the biggest use of the internet because they have the highest opportunity cost of time. And so the time budget ends up being a second constraint, not just income. And so when apps arrive, they are up against their constraints. Another thing that you just learn is that a bunch of the characteristics of supply affect both constraints simultaneously, like usage pricing, data caps, what device you're on, and so on. And boy, there's just a lot of things like this that we know this. We can take it to the present. Why don't we do that? The other thing we know from having looked at this previous era is there are a massive number of apps added each year, and there is a recency bias among the young. The young put more time into this than anybody else. So let's, look at the present and ask about where is the time going? How do we do see differences in vintage of adopter, but and a little bit in age, there's some indication of that, but let's look at that. There's also a wonderful start in these papers about cataloging usage, but you could also catalog it against prior usage. My God, we have the entire app world to compare this against. So, and we know users are up against their time constraints. So anything they're doing on ChatGPT is coming at the expense of something else. So what was it? And so we can make the calculation, what are they doing? And say, what could they have done? What's the net value added and where's it coming from? And lastly, we know this is going to change. We know it. So give later observers something against which they can compare. I'm going to be an economist. Price indices, for God's sakes, price indices. We need we need a qualitative boundary against which we're going to compare. We need volumes and we need prices because we're going to make a price index. And if you don't have any of those three things, we don't have a good price index. I already talked about age. And finally, I love what they're doing. They're benchmarking everything. That is exactly what they ought to do because we don't know how it's going to change, but it documented all because we're going to need it in the future. So conclude the present rhymes with the recent past and frames many of the questions that should come top of mind to me, and I would like to see many of these questions addressed. And so finishing as a summary, what do we know? Usage studies from the recent past can sharpen the understanding of user behavior. And as we look at the economics of large language models and their adoption and usage, there's a lot of continuity in the behavior of the supply and demand. Let's go there. There are also some notable differences. The things I learned from reading these studies, number one, the addressable market is much different. That's going to generate a very different supply. Number two, the measurement challenges are very different. So that's going to generate a lot of work for us. And number three, user behavior will generate a different structure of supply. That's coming. Infrastructure as service doesn't look the same as the way the internet and the web servers were supplied in the previous generation. And that's going to make a difference too. That's really interesting. The topics for measurement, benchmarking everything. Where's the co-invention coming from? Business processes and services need to be reinvented. Are they going to be narrow, broad, or shallow and deep, and how? And it mattered. So here, if you want, there's the literature review for you, and congrats to the authors. And so skate where the puck is going. By the way, this is not what was the original quote. The original quote's below. It's not as quotable. And if the past is prologue, learn from it. That is actually not the original quote. The original quote is below from Bill the playwright, and again, not quite as quotable. So there, guys. Thank you very much. That was wonderful to have these papers.
Okay, what we're going to do now is allow people to ask any questions or offer any thoughts. But while we're seeing if anyone is brave enough to go to the microphone, I want to warn the authors that I'm going to give each team 60 seconds to respond to this big challenge, which has just been issued by Shane. So take it away.
Related to Eric's question for the second paper, how good executives are in understanding what productivity means and then measuring productivity effects from AI? On understanding, I think even economists don't agree how should we measure productivity, right? On measuring effects of AI, the heads of AI I talk to, they tell me it's notoriously hard within organizations to track, attribute productivity effects from AI. So for the first paper, the finding that large firms are more likely to adopt AI, is this just the function of looking at the enterprise adoption? And if you look at, and the small firms mostly consume AI via consumer licenses?
Right. So first question to the organization paper, sort of related to the point before. How do we know when comparing enterprise adopting AI and not, that the ones not flagged as not adopting are not using Copilot, Gemini Enterprise, or actually very sophisticated front ends internally that are backed by API, which is not currently being tracked in the data? And on the final point, final presentation. So we also found in yesterday's Google study that there is an immense amount of non-work use. It dominates work use by quite a margin. And to us, this raises a really important question about consumer surplus impact and the channels of that. Is it time savings? Is it quality improvement, etc.? And also because it's non-work use, this falls into an unmeasured part of the economy. So how do we capture that? How do we talk about it? So I was curious about any thoughts you had on the mechanisms and magnitude of welfare impacts that you're observing in the ChatGPT non-work use, and specifically in the light of this shift from doing to asking, where doing at least has a more clear link to time savings, whereas asking is a bit more ambiguous. Thank you.
Okay, so first to just reiterate Shane's comment, that this is amazing data, and we can now observe the world that I wish we could have observed in 2000 and we couldn't, and this is an incredible advance. And then thinking through each of the papers, presented data, and until sort of David Deming's third last slide, I was trying to get a sense of the underlying models. Okay, so it's incredible data, but how should we interpret that? And I would say Shane presented one version of what those models would look like. There was a firm-based model to understand basic adoption, which is it going to help you for your existing processes, or enhanced adoption, which was going to involve co-invention, and how do we think about that? Alternatively, when we think about on the user side, Shane presented a different model, which is users have scarce attention and they have scarce money. And in order to understand how people are using AI, you have a model of attention and money you can map through. That might be the model you guys had in mind, but if it's not the model you have in mind, then how should we, going forward for the next step, think through what's the appropriate framework so that we as economists can understand and interpret the data?
Hey, great stuff, guys. And, I just want to reiterate a bit, I guess, what Abby just said, but also what Shane did, which is like, it seems that we're having one of these user studies every week, coming out every week. And I think for us, the audience and the readers, like what it would be really helpful would be to benchmark them somehow. So every time you see a picture, I want to see kind of like, what Eric asked too, like, how did it look? How does this look like for another technology in the past, from another paper, or from a model? So that then we can have a sense of like, what is it that we're talking about, instead of having just like 20,000 pictures we don't really know how to interpret. And in particular, I thought, so David's graph on the age differences in adoption, now I'm gonna blow my own too. Like there's evidence for past technological transitions going back to the electricity transition, and more recently the IT transition, similar differences in adoption, and how those are pretty predictive of what the speed of adoption will be, and how fast the transition will be. So I think it would be really useful to kind of look at the current age distribution of adoption and compare to those previous ones to see how fast it's going to happen.
Yeah, very cool stuff. Also agree with all the previous comments. Two additional comments. One is it's really important to think about switching and multi-homing here. Just look at what happened over the past year and what's happening even today now with the greater shift to open source models. So just tracking within a platform, very commend you a lot, but it would be really good to have something that's more cross-platform on the consumer side. And then secondly, there's very little data on actual chats that non-affiliated researchers can use. And there needs to be something to be done about that, because actually some of the most interesting questions we can't ask because we can't see the chats. We can't estimate very good demand models, for example, because we can't see the chats. So any efforts in that direction would be much appreciated.
So I love how the paper with modest to null results were sandwiched in between two papers that had plots that went up into the right, because that gives us really that stark contrast that we are all grappling with. And so hopefully this is an opportunity for the three big groups of super co-authors to actually get together and start talking to each other. And then the second is more of a comment that I think I saw a few years ago when, digital platforms were coming up and digitizing data about things that were not before tracked. We can use these data not just to look at usage of these technology, but to track things that before we weren't able to track and understand how they function. So thank you.
Yeah, one question, one comment, and I know that there's a long laundry list of comments already, so I'll be quick. So the first is on the composition of chats and how you can use, I think you're already doing this to the OpenAI paper. Oh, even more, so I'll be even quicker. So on the OpenAI papers, like really parsing the language and getting at the organizational frictions that are going on to kind of proxy for what are the dynamics internal to organizations that are kind of blocking. So if you see somebody spending more time saying like, well, how do we embed this into like our Slack existing communication? That tells you something. The second point picks up on what Martin had mentioned, which is just that I think in our field, like we need more collaboration, more coming together. One thing that we've done at the Gallup organization is like we have something in the world poll where we're sampling every country in the world on AI utilization. In the United States, we have a sample of 20,000 respondents a quarter. And so things like what Eric's doing at Dell and, building this kind of economic observatory are incredibly useful because you're putting something under one house to be able to benchmark and say, like, what is the difference between the OpenAI metrics versus Anthropic versus Google and so on. So anyways, it's so exciting to see. Turn it to the next person. Go for it.
Great session. So the kind of talks today have very much been focused on the humans interacting with the AI, but I think it's potentially interesting to think about tracking how the AI are interacting with the people who are asking it questions. And this is probably, I don't know if this is something you'll be able to do, but kind of building on Shane's point, I think it would be really interesting to have this record of like how an AI agent interacts with the same question over time to basically understand, from the model side, how does the direction of the interaction between the human change? So we can sort of understand not only the user behavior, but also how the other side of the conversation changes over time.
Yeah, just picking up on some of the other comments. I mean, if you think about the first and third paper, they were related to more Shane's comment about participation. The second is more about enhancement. So I thought it was interesting in the first paper that size had an effect on adoption, because I mean, there the margins a little different, and it's a little bit easier for organizations to do. And so I wondered how much of that was just larger organizations cared about the data protection that was embedded in an enterprise plan. Some of those other things, it's a different model than sort of business process change, but sort of the things that large organizations need for an enterprise plan vis-a-vis just letting people use their consumer plans.
Wonderful. Each team now has 60 seconds. David, you're first.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you everybody for the questions. I would say I broadly agree with everything that everybody said. So I think we're all on the same page. I think I guess Shane, to like many of your comments, thank you so much. I think that the co-invention process is really interesting, and you can imagine with LLMs like sort of more democratized in a way than with the internet, where I think there's already a lot of co-invention happening in firms where people are able to build up these little apps or products on their own and kind of just like do it without some firm releasing an app or something like that. And so I think the obstacle to answering a lot of these questions that people have is really specifically in the enterprise context, I think our ability to actually look closely at the data due to privacy protections. And so much is happening in conversations where we really, for privacy reasons, can't look at the conversations, and it creates a barrier to understanding some of these questions. And so I don't have a great answer for this, but I think it's an interesting challenge for all of us to solve, is how do we get insight into this when the conversations are definitely where the most interesting stuff is happening, but we generally can't look too closely at the conversations. I think all of the points around multi-homing and different products and different providers are also really smart. I think we're inherently limited by our ability to only look at ChatGPT data, but if we could somehow understand usage across firms and both on the consumer and enterprise side, it'd be really helpful. So thank you so much, and I will hand it off to next speaker.
Thank you, Shane, for all the comments. I really agree with tracking both where the puck is and then also where it's going to go, which is again why we're doing like over the past 3 years, over the next 3 years, and we're asking these questions every 6 months, so we can also track like, are these expectations of where the puck is going, do they actually get there in the future? So I completely agree with you. Some of the comments, yes, we're very pro collaboration, as you can see from the long list of co-authors on the paper. There were so many co-authors, they couldn't even be listed all in the program, and we're going to have more co-authors over time as more central banks join the project. And yes, I think one of the strengths about our paper is
it's very broad. It's not limited to just one, just one subscription, one program, one plan, but then it's not as deep as we saw from the other papers. And then again, there was a comment about productivity. How good are these C-suite level executives at measuring productivity? One of my colleagues at the Atlanta Fed, Salome, has a working paper showing that these, using a different survey at the Atlanta Fed, showing that these C-suite level executives are pretty good at measuring productivity, but they might be a little bit more optimistic. So I'd refer you to that paper. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you to Shane and to all the questioners, really thoughtful questions. I appreciate the engagement. Let me just make 2 points that haven't been made yet. So on the consumer surplus point, the way I would look at the ChatGPT consumer usage plan is it's essentially all consumer surplus. And the reason I think that is because even the work usage is not sanctioned work usage. It's like people are using it for work, but like you're not necessarily telling your employer. So if they say like, write this memo and have it on my desk in 3 days, you might write it in 2 hours and like, go to the pub or something. So like that's that's not going to show, it's productivity gains, but it's not showing up in measured productivity. And they're probably going to take it as leisure. And so that's consumer surplus. So I think the growth of these plans is telling us something that the technology is actually biased toward consumers, at least at this point, although we may catch up with enterprise plans and agents and so on. My second point is really about the theory. I think one of the things that's really interesting about working with these data is that the classifier space is completely open-ended. So we're actually making theoretically consequential decisions when we decide what to query. Like, how do you classify ChatGPT conversations? Like how we do that is actually a theoretical choice. And so part of the process here was looking at, making these choices. Let's do ONET, let's do work. These are obvious things. Conversation topics, kind of obvious, but how do you choose the 7 categories? And then the user intent, the asking, doing was really our attempt to say, okay, big picture, here are the patterns we're seeing, here's how people are using it. How do we frame this up in a way that will make sense to people and think about an economic choice people are using with how they engage with the technology? And so that is a theoretical exercise. And I think for people who are working with these data, there's a lot of theory in how you query the models. And so that's really, it's an interesting challenge for us because the data are so open-ended. You can query unstructured data, qualitative data differently. And there's a lot of potential for rich theory on that. So just encourage people who are using the data to jump in headfirst on that. Thanks a lot.
Wonderful. So the assembling hordes of IO are about to come upon us. And so Avi has a few last words.
Okay, so thanks everybody for coming, for your enthusiasm. Thank you to presenters and discussants for a great couple of days. Few specifics. Thank you to Microsoft and the Tides Foundation for supporting the Digital and AI Meetings at Summer Institute. And thank you especially to the Sloan Foundation for getting this whole thing up and running way back when and continuing to support it going forward. And then finally, of course, thanks to NBER and thanks to the NBER staff, Rob Shannon and others for making this all work. Thanks, everybody. We're going to be back here in like 7 minutes, but with a whole bunch of other people from IO. Thanks.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm sorry.
All right, busy. We're heading off after your discussion.
Oh, thank you so much.
Just you're speaking. Or you Dropbox tonight and yeah.
Hi.
Have a lot of fun working with it, because you're finding.
It's just scripted time. It's just scripted time. Yeah, so don't vote.
All right, everybody. Woo, that's loud. Let's get going. So IO is very glad to be welcomed over to Digitization's big fun playroom over here. We are going to start with our first paper, which is on the personalization paradox with Aaron Kay. Thanks very much.
Thank you to the organizers for including me in the program. My name's Aaron Kay. I just finished my first year at Boston University. So this paper, The Personalization Paradox, Welfare Effects of Personalized Recommendations in Two-Sided Digital Markets. It's a really long title. The paper is also probably too long, but there are a few keywords I want to go through here. We're going to talk about what are recommendation systems, what does it mean to personalize them, and a few details about the two-sided digital markets where I think this is important. So recommendation systems at this point are ubiquitous. They determine which products appear in the order that they appear in many e-commerce settings. To personalize the recommendation system means that Eric and I might receive different results if we're both searching, for example, on Expedia for a hotel in the same market. And part of that could be things that have very little to do with us, just we're searching from different locations or at different times of day. But it can also include information that's quite personal, like tracked information online, like our purchase histories, what we've clicked on in the past, and things like that. Now, for two-sided digital markets, I'm thinking about settings where we have on one side of the market third-party sellers, so you can think of hotels selling room nights. On the other side, we have consumers who are searching for hotels. Then we have a platform that operates as an intermediary. Now, control is divided among these groups, so the platform gets to make a few decisions, including their recommendation system. They get to choose other things like the revenue model and platform design and a whole set of things. But notably, in these settings, it's often the sellers that get to choose prices. And then consumers make their search and purchase decisions. So to preview the way this paper operates is in orange, we have highlighted the recommendation system. We're going to think about different potential recommendation systems Expedia realistically could use with varying levels of personalization. And from there, we're going to endogenize the prices sellers choose in the search and purchase decisions of the consumers. Zooming out from just Expedia, how common is it where we have this division of control, where the platform gets to choose design, but third-party sellers get to choose prices? In accommodation between Expedia Booking and Airbnb, they account for over $300 billion in transaction revenue through them. And if we include all online travel agencies, we're at over $500 billion happening each year in business. We also have this for restaurant and grocery stores, where often on Instacart, it's not Instacart that gets to choose the prices, but the underlying restaurants and grocery stores. We have it for event tickets, where we have third-party sellers selling tickets for events. And even on Amazon, where they're selling many of their own products on Amazon, about 61% of the units sold are still from third-party sellers who have the ability to change the price if they want to. Okay, so that brings us to the research question, which is what are the welfare effects of personalized recommendations? Specifically, when sellers can adjust their prices strategically, and when consumers can update their beliefs about the recommendation system. We have some examples from the literature on the intuition, but there's a bit of a gap. So some research suggests that personalization can be great. So if you personalize, especially if you have differentiated goods, consumers find products that better fit their taste, so that's an efficiency gain. Maybe they're able to search more effectively, and we think of search as costly, and that can all lead to an increase in consumer surplus. There's some limitations to this. So, for example, sometimes it might rely on an A/B test in industry where there's no incentive for the supply side to actually change their behavior. It focuses on engagement goods where there's not a relevant price, like we're recommending music, but the product characteristics are all already fixed, or just generally assuming seller prices or seller strategy is held fixed. So I really want to focus on what might happen to prices. And here we're going to go through 3 channels that I think will hopefully convince you that when you change the recommendation system, the prices might also change as well. So the first is going to be composition of demand. The second is going to be price competition for product rankings. And the third is going to be co-ranking of close substitutes. And I think the first one is a really important one to highlight. So we're going to go through an example. So imagine we have a niche hotel, the Elvis Hotel. This is a niche good. It is Elvis themed. And we have 2 types of consumers. We have our typical online shopper, and we have an Elvis type consumer. And that Elvis type consumer has a high willingness to pay for Elvis themed goods. Now, the platform mediates who typically sees which hotel. So under a default, not personalized recommendation system, the people who see the Elvis Hotel are going to look a lot like the population distribution. We have many of our typical online shoppers and only the occasional Elvis type consumer. And from there, the hotel will choose their prices. And let's say they choose $120 per night. Now, what happens when we personalize the recommendation system? If the recommendation system is good and we're going to hold the number of impressions fixed, it might look more like this, where we have many of the Elvis type consumers who are exposed to the Elvis type hotel. This is typically where we think like we would have the efficiency gain from personalizing recommendations. So here we could see already just from this picture, the efficiency gain, but now the hotel is facing demand from a different set of consumers. That set has a higher willingness to pay for their goods. So maybe they're less price elastic. And so they have an incentive to increase their price. And let's say they increase it to $160 per night. And so this highlights the main trade-off here, which is that we have better matches, but we might have also softened price competition. And so we're facing higher prices in the market. It's important to pause here and highlight two other things. So one is just to note, this paper is not about price discrimination. So one of the other concerns you might have is that the platform or the hotel knows which consumer is which type and will charge them a different price. In this setting, we're abstracting away and it's just the market price is changing for everyone. The other is that this highlights what you might miss in an A/B test. So if Expedia or whatever the platform is testing the recommendation system, maybe 0.5% of consumers get the new recommendation system and they'll calculate some huge incremental lift. But while that's happening from the perspective of the hotel, over 99% of consumers still have the default recommendation system, so they're not going to change prices. And that won't happen until you actually roll out the recommendation system for real, and then you'll have the price shift. But meanwhile, like platforms are testing hundreds of these things at a time, so they might lose track of the fact that there was some general equilibrium shift after they followed the policy. Okay, so the first mechanism to care about is demand composition. We also have price competition for product rankings, and this is a known feature of the industry. So sellers can improve their product rankings by lowering price. Many of these recommendation systems are a function of price. When you end up higher on the page, you get more impressions, and by extension, you have more chances for people to actually buy your product. And we already know from the literature that these recommendation systems and how sensitive they are to price versus other features can impact equilibrium prices. Now, one of the challenges is when we switch from not personalized to personalized, we don't know how this relationship changes. It depends on the default recommendation system, and it depends on how price sensitive the new recommendation system is. If it becomes, in general, more price sensitive, we might expect more price competition, and less price sensitive, we might have less price competition. And the last is co-ranking of close substitutes. So now we've introduced a second Elvis-themed hotel, and depending on the recommendation system, it might behave differently in terms of where it ranks these together. It might rank them close to the top, and so when an Elvis type consumer shows up, they see two products that really fit their tastes and they choose among them. And that might force those two products to compete on price. But it's also possible that only one shows up near the top and the other is really demoted in the rankings. And if search costs are high, then that product basically has a local monopoly and doesn't have to price compete as much. Okay, so this is all to say we have three mechanisms. Hopefully it's clear. It's not clear which way welfare will go or which way prices will go, and this becomes an empirical question. Okay, so this paper, again, I asked what are the welfare effects of personalized recommendations. To answer this, I use clickstream data from Expedia, where Expedia hosted a competition to improve their recommendation system to personalize it. I get to see for thousands of consumers what showed up when they searched up to 36 products, what they clicked, what they purchased, and a bunch of information about their queries, the consumers, and the products, as well as an experiment where they randomized the order of products. What the paper does is first I'm going to show evidence that both search costs and consumer beliefs drive these position effects, where I think the standard in the literature so far has mostly focused on search costs. But what I show is that people internalize that the recommendation system knows things that aren't clear on the landing page, and that the products higher on the page might be better in other ways that the consumers don't yet know. I developed a structural model with three parts. The demand model is an optimal sequential search model. The platform model is a machine learning task where I reverse engineer Expedia's recommendation system at the time. And then the supply side model is one of hotel pricing behavior. Once I have my parameter estimates from those models, I'm able to evaluate counterfactuals, but I need counterfactual recommendation systems. So the next step in the project is that I train a series of increasingly personalized recommendation systems. This is following the methods from the winning entry in the competition. So thousands of people competed, and to collect your prize money, you had to give a very detailed presentation on what you did. And instead of trying to be a computer scientist myself, I just followed their methods and just vary the level of personalization by changing which data the algorithm has access to. And then from there, I run my counterfactuals, both holding prices fixed to match what you might see in an A/B test, and also allowing the sellers to update their prices. Okay, so the paper is long and there are a lot of parts, and this talk is short, so I'm going to go through some highlights that hopefully give a high-level view of how this paper operates. So the first is motivating evidence for using a search model in the first place. On the left, we have data according to the default recommendation system, and we're plotting the concentration of clicks and purchases by position on the page. And what you can see is that most of the economic activity, the clicks and the purchases, happen near the top of the page. If we were in a full information demand environment, you might still expect that kind of relationship if the recommendation system is good, because better products are higher on the page. However, on your right, we have data from the random recommendations. So these products were completely randomly ordered. They're no different from each other in expectation. If we were in a full information world, you would expect close to a uniform distribution, but instead we still see most of the clicks and most of the purchases happen near the top of the page, which means we have some kind of search cost, information friction, or expectations that make it so that we need a model that captures that. So for example, a search model. The other thing to point out that's important here is that on Expedia, a number of the product features are hidden, meaning you don't learn about them until you actually go to the profile page. Among those is location. So imagine you're trying to go on a beach vacation. On the landing page, you will see that the hotel is near the beach, but you have to click to learn if you are on the beach versus like 4 blocks away from the beach. These are two location desirability scores Expedia tracks. One is hotel specific and the other is hotel search term specific. And what I'm plotting here is the relationship between those features, which are hidden, and position on the page. And as you can see, the location desirability is incredibly correlated with position on the page. So potentially if consumers have rational expectations, they do know that the products higher on the page are going to have better locations than the ones lower on the page. Okay, so that brings us to the model. It's going to have 3 parts. The first is a demand model, where it is an optimal sequential search model. Importantly, slot, so this is position on the page, impacts demand both via search costs and consumer beliefs. Mouse working? In the search model, we have 3 primitives we need to recover. We have our indirect utility per night, our search costs, and our reservation utility. Position on the page enters through search costs, so this is just a flexible function of position on the page, but it also enters through reservation utility through rational expectations. That is, consumers know in this term we have position on the page. They know the conditional expectation of the hidden utility, conditional on where the product ranks, and that gives me that position can impact things both through position on the page and through search costs. This is important for settings where you might consider a counterfactual where you change position on the page, and so the relationship between hidden product features and search costs or in position changes. From there, I have a platform model. This is a machine learning test. This is called creating a model of a model, or in cryptography, it's called model extraction. And the task is to reverse engineer Expedia's default recommendation system's behavior. So here I'm showing the performance of this model out of sample. I end up using LambdaMart, which is a popular model for this kind of task. On the horizontal axis, we have predicted position on the page. On the vertical axis, we have the actual position on the page. If it were perfectly predicting these things, we would have a really dark diagonal all the way down. It doesn't quite do that. These recommendation systems are not fully deterministic, so that's not necessarily completely feasible, but it does quite well. So 73% of the time, it will rank one product correctly over another, and it does much better near the top of the page where we have most of the economic activity. I need to combine these to get elasticity, because in the setting, when you change price, you have disutility of price like we always do, but also changes where the product might show up in the search results. And from there, I have a supply side model. The estimation of this model is pretty standard. but hotels are making dynamic pricing decisions. And so the interpretation of the marginal cost is more as an option value of being able to sell that room night later when demand might be higher, or on their own website without having to pay the commission to Expedia. Since it's a cost as a function of quantity in this setting, I'm going to use the features, so different moments of the features of rivals in the same market to instrument for quantity. Okay, so that's a structural model. In terms of the recommendation systems, I'm going to train a set of 4 of these using an ensemble of lambda marts. Lambda mart is a really popular learning to rank model. It's especially good when you have many product features, which matches the setting. And what I do is I increase the level of personalization by giving it access to more product features that you can think of as like different levels of personal. So the base level only has product features. The next is the query level. This is information consumers actively volunteer, like they can say, I'm traveling with children. The next is information that's passively collected, but it's collected at that point in time. So this could be things like what time of day you're searching, how far away from the time of stay you're searching, and which market or which country you're searching from. And then the last includes data that kind of follows you around the internet. So this is going to be summary statistics of your past purchase history on Expedia, as well as some data that's passed from browsers to Expedia when people like start their search on Bing or Google and then move to Expedia to make their purchase. Okay, so to give you a preview, an idea of the results, first, and I don't have time to go into too much detail on this one, I find that both search costs and consumer beliefs drive position effects. This is in part from re-estimating the entire demand model, but removing the rational expectations part of it and showing that I fit the data better in and out of sample. Without price adjustments, I show that personalization improves consumer welfare. So we see what would be about a 2.3% increase in consumer welfare as a percent of total booking revenue for this year, which was 2013. This would be just shy of $1 billion in consumer surplus. However, once we let the sellers update their prices, it turns into a welfare loss. So hotels, what we see is something consistent with the market becoming more segmented and less competitive. So hotels end up decreasing the quantity sold by about 4.5%. They increase their profits over this opportunity cost by about 5%. The platform, had they gone through all this effort, would end up in about the same place in terms of revenue because the prices have gone up, but the quantity has gone down. And then the consumers end up worse off. So in this setting, they lose about 5% of total booking revenue and surplus. This would be about $2 billion. The consumers are losing twice as much as the sellers are gaining, which is what makes this, in this example, a welfare loss. So that's going from like baseline to most personalized. What happens is we just ratchet up the level of personalization. So here we're plotting the different recommendation systems organized by personalization. The blue line is total surplus, and here we've split it in 2 parts. One is welfare from search costs. So here we actually see a gain in welfare because people are searching more effectively. However, the final utility of the products they choose tends to be lower, and this is because the prices are much higher and some consumers are getting priced out of the market. Okay, so the full results, we have a welfare loss once sellers update prices. That loss looks like it increases with the level of personalization. I think one of the takeaways is this can highlight an overlooked concern in e-commerce platform research and regulation, which is that better recommendation systems as trained and deployed from A/B tests may end up reducing competition and harming consumer welfare, which is a bit of a depressing result. I think personalized recommendations are not going anywhere. And so the next question is, are there policy alternatives that might be welfare improving? So here I want to talk about what I call a price-tuned recommendation system. Think of this as a recommendation system that's aware of competitive effects. And the idea is to add an extra parameter that increases the recommendation system's price sensitivity and that can discipline the supply side of the market. And so imagine this is like the last function you'll see. We have a function, imagine this is the recommendation system. It depends on price and everything else that goes into the recommendation system. It's a black box. Imagine you're at a company and the data science team comes up with this. All we're doing here is we're adding alpha times price instead of just price itself. And we're strategically choosing that alpha. So here, this isn't like a full counterfactual. This is an illustrative simulation, but here's what you might see. So on the horizontal axis, we have alpha. And then we're plotting on the vertical axis different potential objective functions. So depending on if you are the platform or a social planner or the regulator, you might want some different weighted combination of these, whether it's total surplus, hotel profits, or total revenue. As we increase alpha, we're making the recommendation system more sensitive to price. So you might imagine that as you increase alpha to a point, that's going to discipline the supply side of the market to set more competitive prices, and that can increase total surplus. The total surplus versus consumer surplus might go kind of to different extents. So consumer surplus might be highest at a much higher level of alpha. For hotels, they might want a lower level of alpha to really increase profits, but at some point, remember, price is an important feature people care about. If you degrade how sensitive the recommendation system is to that too much, you're going to end up really like creating bad matches, and then you don't have a very good recommendation system anymore. Okay, so to conclude, the paper has 3 parts. There's a structural model. I develop it using clickstream data from Expedia. The demand model is an optimal sequential search model. Importantly, this model allows position on the page to impact demand both through search costs and rational expectations. The platform model is a machine learning task that reverse engineers the underlying recommendation system at the time. And then the hotel pricing model is one where the hotels are maximizing their profits over the option value of the hotels. Then I train a series of recommendation systems using the randomized data from Expedia and following the methods of the winning entry. And I increase the level of personalization by giving this algorithm access to more variables that are increasingly personalized. And then ran counterfactuals at the baseline and increasing the level of personalization. If we ignore price updates, it looks like a welfare gain consistent with what you would see in an A/B test. Once we let sellers update prices, it turns into a welfare loss. One other note is that the paper also includes more counterfactuals. One of them removes capacity constraints. You can think of that as like allowing entry in the market. And there we still see a welfare loss, but it's much less than you see when we kind of have the capacity constraints of the hotels bind. And then I talk about the price-tuned recommendation systems as ongoing. Okay, so a lot of great literature that this touches. I think one of the main things to really think about is in these platform design questions, what do we learn from A/B tests versus where do we kind of need these general equilibrium ideas, and how are hotels or third-party sellers going to strategically respond to better and more personalized algorithms? So to conclude, what is the personalization paradox? It is that as you increase the level of personalized recommendations, it can end up reducing consumer welfare. On one hand, it improves welfare by creating these efficiency gains of consumers matching to better products. But on the other hand, it can soften price competition and end up worsening welfare through higher prices in the market. I think this highlights the importance of considering how prices change with platform design decisions. And it shows that this is the kind of thing that doesn't show up in an A/B test, a user level A/B test that a platform might run. And so these structural approaches can be quite helpful in kind of thinking about these problems. And then the last part is this potential policy for these competition-aware recommendation systems that account for the fact that how sensitive the recommendation system is to price can impact the equilibrium prices you see in the market and offset some of the losses you would get from sellers trying to take advantage of these better matches. Okay, so I will stop there. Thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thanks very much, Aaron. Our discussant for the paper is Steve Tadelis.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Aaron, for writing a really stimulating and interesting paper. Aaron did a great job at explaining the paper, so I'm going to go very, very quickly through my first slide. There's a platform, the sellers, the buyers. If you think of the consumers, they search and they buy the best match. And there's a structural demand model behind it that takes the search really seriously and a very nice innovation over the literature. The platform, right, it has a ranking model. This is, again, where Aaron has a really nice innovation beyond the current literature in econ/marketing with this model approach. And finally, they're the hotels that set the prices and respond. And it's a sophisticated and interesting structural model where some of the innovation there is looking at the flexible costs and all that. If you think about how we're solving all that, it's also heavily complex, but the right way to think about it, it's a complete equilibrium model. Everything here is solved together, which of course means it's pretty hard to do. If you think of the headline result that Aaron is using to sell the paper, is that if you ignore this seller repricing, you're going to get an increase in welfare. If you take seller repricing into account, you're going to get a decrease in welfare. For me, the most important and sharp insight is that these user-level A/B tests, what Aaron just said at the end, for me, this is the hook, not the headline numbers. So I'm not going to feel so bad crapping over the headline numbers soon, okay? Because I think this is really critical. And the numbers for me are less important, okay? Now, I'm a bit of an interesting discussant for this because I think I know something about platforms and I know very little about structural estimation. And this paper has a lot of structural estimation. So to the folks at Anthropic and at OpenAI, I am immensely grateful because the last 6 days I learned more about structural estimation than I did in the past 20 years. So things I really like about the paper. First, like I said, most of the related papers take part of this triplet and try to innovate on it. Here, Aaron is innovating on all three fronts, and that's really impressive. Second, he has a really cool identification. You have a search model, so you have the search costs and you have the demand attributes, right? Now, what happens here in this particular application, the search cost is per click. The benefit I get from going somewhere, like the Sonesta, is my length of stay. The length of stay is going to mean that the demand parameters I have are going to become more important compared to the search. And that's how we could identify these two. And that's really cool. I really love that. Another thing where I spent a few hours learning something about something I knew nothing about, he uses a really cool couple of papers that are in econometric theory, a journal that I've never even looked at. And the idea here is that Cardell comes up with this model. If you think about the economics of it, it nests a full information and standard sequential search as opposite polars, and you could have anything in between. But the approach he has, you can't simulate it because it's a monster and it doesn't have any closed form solution. And I think it was 25 years later that this Galichon comes and does his French magic and creates this really cool closed form solution that I don't know if simulable is a word, but it's simulable now. And Aaron notices that and takes advantage of that. And that's very, very clever. And finally, I really love the model of model approach, where instead of using some kind of linear scoring model, which pretty much a bunch of people in this room have done before, he takes seriously the idea that there are tools for machine learning and adversarial machine learning that we could use to reverse engineer the model. And he does that. Okay. What you might be concerned about. So one aspect is generalizability beyond online travel agencies. Right? I would expect where with hotels it's a little hard to enter and entry takes a lot of time. With other products, especially if I think of food, I think there that entry is more likely to respond to higher prices. I think that would dampen the effect. I'm not going to say anything else on that. That's just, it doesn't mean the effect disappears, right? It just might be dampened. I'm going to talk about three other concerns you might have. One is about the demand model not really valuing personalization, which, by the way, Aaron is fully aware of these because the paper pretty much puts them out there. And we'll talk about some of the counterfactual equilibrium not being fully closed. The belief channel is one that I'm really going to push back on. We had some exchanges on that. And finally, I'm going to talk about a reframe that might be worth considering. I usually don't like telling people what papers they ought to write. So I'm not worried, I should say, because I really think Aaron could alleviate all these and deliver a really, really cool paper. Don't read the current version. Wait for the next one. One thing Aaron said is maybe it's too long. Okay, so what's happening here, Aaron is using that model of model, creating a reverse engineered version of the default, and then he starts creating more and more personalization. Remember, he showed you that. In the demand system, in the demand estimation, there's no use of this personalization parameters that he's using, which means that if you're giving people better personalization model, the estimated demand model is not going to really value that as much. And Aaron is fully aware of that and proposes some directions to try to alleviate. Let me show you where this happens. Okay, so these are the counterfactuals with no price adjustment. And clearly, if I'm giving people better stuff, their utility should go up. Now, we see that happening when we move from the baseline to the features and query, which are kind of the minimalistic personalization. One might even argue that the features has no personalization. It's really more about taking into account features. But when you go to the more personalization, look what happens to the consumer welfare. It just goes down without any price reframing. So this is doing a lot of the work. And maybe focusing only on query version as a proxy is enough to give you the idea, right? Because it keeps all the model of model and firm response channels, and these are really what's key here. Okay, second, the counterfactual equilibrium isn't fully closed. What do I mean by that? So in footnote 16, Aaron talks about how there's this idea of rate parity, where the rates on Expedia are going to also be everywhere else. That means that pricing against Expedia only is going to be an overreaction. So again, that dampens things. Then the consumer belief updating phase is explicitly unfinished. And Aaron kind of said, I need to still do some work over here. Well, the net effect is that hotels are repricing instantly and probably more aggressively. Consumers are not responding that much. And why this matters is because this is kind of an inconsistent hybrid that is going to definitely dampen the result. Okay, now again, I don't think you need a sign reversal, right? If at the end of the paper is personalization is awesome and you should take these things into account, buyer beware. So let me move on to beliefs. Rational expectations on Expedia for people who come twice a year, I don't buy it. I don't buy rational expectations. Probably because I'm almost 65 and I've been around and I talk to people, and people are not rational expectations people. And by the way, this is one of those instances where Blake et al. is my paper, and he already cites it, so I'm not trying to get an additional cite. But in our paper, we see that even experienced StubHub buyers don't realize that these fees are going to hit them. So if I think about this and I look at table 6.3, where first he estimates the model only with the search cost parameters, which are very flexible, and then he adds beliefs, you look at the log likelihood, it barely moves. So really the heavy lifting here is coming from the search model. What I would suggest is drop the rational expectations altogether from the paper. You have so many novel things going on here, you don't need this. And run all the welfare and on the search costs only, which you already have. So I don't think this is buying you anything. I think it's just adding clutter that you don't need. The reframe. This is where, in some ways, I think I'm pushing you the most. So if you look at the counterfactual profits towards the end of the paper, look at the baseline, and now look at features. Features is giving you 96% of the profit increase compared to most personalization. You're getting another little bump from query, think about another 3%, and then the most personalized are doing nothing. He showed me the zero sign, I'm going to ignore it. Any retained algorithm, okay, may simply be less price sensitive than the Expedia default, and that is going to give incentives to raise prices. Okay, so if you think about it, this Dinerstein channel that Aaron mentioned, where the firms are competing to just be up there, might be the most important thing that's happening here. And a way to think of this paper is the Dinerstein paper was innovative at the time, But this is a hugely more impressive innovation over that paper, taking into account the search, taking into account the model of models. In my opinion, that's a huge innovation. So even if this paper is the limits of A/B testing, all right, an empirical analysis, I think this is a first-class, first-rate paper with a lot of really cool machinery. So, you could either try to develop this further or reframe it onto that part alone without so much of the personalization. So, great, important paper. My main suggestion is this is kind of what the paper is. And I've spent a lot less time in the gym this week because of this paper. And I think there's a version of the paper that's still really, really good and impressive, but drops a lot of the things that are not actually doing the work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, folks with questions, there are 2 microphones in the back. We're going to use the digitization norm, which is line up behind the microphones.
So amazing paper. I think it's just so interesting that, obviously personalization can create a lot of benefit, but also the way it can, I was always knew there's sort of zero-sum aspect to it with personalized pricing, but even without that, you can get this result. At the risk of going against with Steve's last slide here, there's an interesting other aspect that'd be fun to explore which is that I wonder how things would change when sellers can dynamically adjust their product offerings. I mean, some of it could be done pretty quickly, like more Elvis swag or different, better, faster Wi-Fi or something, and whether that responds to, knowing better what consumers want. Over time, even more people closer to the beach or bigger rooms or something. In the long run, that might be a very important channel is how people update and if they can learn faster what consumers actually care about, to think about what the net effect is, whether, I can see an argument that dampens this effect because now you have more competition in places that consumers like. You could also imagine that you get these very specialized things that are, quite niche, but I'd be very interested. Maybe it's your next paper, but maybe you can also put another page in there about on this particular topic.
Sure. I had a question about the market for the information itself. I mean, on the platform, the firms are going to compete for these impressions. In your model, I think if I understood right, you're assuming that the data are just available and I can personalize. But in a world where we're no longer competing as aggressively for the impression because I can now micro-target my customers who may not perfectly overlap with your customers, I'm wondering whether or not the platform has an incentive to want to provide that granularity and whether or not this could overturn some of your welfare findings if we find that in equilibrium, the platform knowing what's going to happen downstream actually coarsens the data to try and retain some of the competition in the competition over the impressions themselves.
So I think a main point of this paper is that if you just do naive A/B tests that misses equilibrium effects, but one way to get around that is to do cluster randomized experiments. So for example, we adopt personalization in Boston for people searching for Boston, but not for New York or Chicago. And I think there you could do, if you did a long run experiment, you could pick up some of these things and see, how big the actual equilibrium effects are.
Right. Well, I enjoyed the paper. Thank you. Really interesting. It reminded me of a sequence of papers that Patrick Hummel wrote with different sets of co-authors years ago on targeting in online advertisement. And I wonder if you're familiar with those papers. So there, the insight is that, and it seems kind of not exactly isomorphic to kind of buyers and sellers in your model, but similar. When you have buyers of online advertisement, when you add targeting, when targeting becomes possible, obviously you improve efficiency, just like in your model, right? When you enable targeting certain buyers, you improve efficiency, you sell right stuff to right people, but it reduces competition because suddenly you have a bunch of advertisers, they have completely different preferences. When they couldn't target, they compete with each other. You have higher prices once you enable targeting, revenues could actually go down. So there, kind of to get isomorphism, it's like, hey, the buyers of advertisement are a little bit like actual sellers in your model, so you have to change the flip the sign, but there are like lots of parallels, and that's very different papers. They're pretty much theory papers, but I think some of the economic intuition is very, very similar, and I wonder how they relate. Thank you.
Cool paper. As I was listening to you, I was thinking of the benchmark of the kind of standard vanilla hoteling model, where if you add personalized information, if you have two sellers at the opposite ends of a spectrum and they know exactly where the consumer is, then the model would say that we would expect the sellers to price each other down to the limit, right? To the lowest, the farther away seller would go to zero, and the closer seller should always price at the margin there. You don't have that happen here. And of course, your model has all kinds of things that go beyond the hoteling model. You have search, you have randomness and choice, you have the platform where the personalization isn't perfect. But I wonder if you have any intuition about which or how much each of these forces are contributing from the divergence from the hoteling prediction.
This is kind of echoes or amplifies one of Steve's points, but I would really push on the limit of perfect zero cost, just purely frictionless search, because the consumer gets kind of instantly matched to whatever hotel, for example, best matches their particular demand. And this particular trip instance and different trip instances for the same consumer, they might have very different kinds of preferences based on a business trip or a family trip. All the different things that factor into demand, because that world is coming, because with a few sentences of audio into an LLM, you can get really efficient matching in a very high dimensional space of choice possibilities. So I think you could just assume that zero cost perfect search is coming, and then the 2.5% gain seems low relative to that world. And I wonder what you can push on in the data you have, or simple data you could generate to before you get into the paradox trade-off part that's coming in the other direction, what you can do on the search side.
I just quickly, I think that, the paper emphasizes personalized recommendation systems per se, which is like a pretty hot topic, but kind of the math of what's going on here, any provision of horizontal information, that horizontally relevant information by the platform has the effect of making the products more differentiated and creating these kind of incentives, right? So these websites that like make it easy for you to see, this one has a pool, this one doesn't have a pool, this one has free breakfast. Like they've been doing this all along. Like personalized recommendation may put it on steroids, but like this exact tension of making them more differentiated or not is like, that's like part and parcel of these comparison sites.
All right. Aaron, do you want to take a few minutes to respond?
Sure. So thank you for the amazing discussion. And I think I agree with all the points, and like I'm already thinking about how to kind of like get this thing over the finish line. To go back to some of the questions. So Eric's, I think that this is like a really good point. So if I think of the continuum of like how costly it is to change your product features or enter, hotels are like on the extreme of like, it's really hard for a hotel to enter. And often when they enter, it's actually like a PE firm buying some other hotel and like relaunching it under a new name. And so I think here we have kind of this extreme example. They could change the product features and you could see more entry. I tried to think about this in the paper by removing the capacity constraints and thinking of that as like what happens when we allow some amount of entry, but you can imagine other settings where it's really easy to enter and differentiate your goods, and like that could offset a lot of these effects when entry is really easy. In terms of the data for sellers, so this is also a really good question. So in terms of like the model assumptions, I'm not assuming that the sellers know the recommendation system. It's kind of the standard setup where they know their own price elasticity, and that just happens to be a function of both people's preferences and the algorithm. And you can imagine some naive revenue management things of like, oh, I'm selling out faster than I thought I would, let me increase the price. So even without like really good information provisions of the recommendation system, you might still see this kind of effect. One thing to note is these recommendation systems are really bad at dealing with like endogenous correlated variables. So position on the page is a function of like all these product features. So when they train these algorithms, they actually have to like separate out and randomize the order. And that's really costly for them because when you show people like random data, they don't buy anything. And so there is some tension there of like, how do you optimally experiment so that you can train a better recommendation system? Just because a firm is enormous, like doesn't mean that like their ability to personalize scales with that, because they really rely on this experimental data. But you could imagine ways of like a lot of these platforms now give pricing recommendations or tips, and there are a lot of mechanisms in which the platform could provide more or less information to the sellers instead of consumers that change these effects. I think I'm standing between us and lunch, so I'll stop there and I'll stick around for if there are any other questions. Thank you so much, everyone.
All right, thanks very much. We will break for lunch and resume at 2 o'clock with social media advertising.
Slip. No, that's impressively slip in a bump. No, it's too late. Yeah. That's good.
How are you doing?
Pretty good. You have kids now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like an RA too, though, right? An RA, if you work, then you have to like, time into like make the RA's work. Hey. Hey, how are you doing? Fine. So, I mean, I will, yeah, I think it was, good, good. No, thanks for organizing this. I'll show you 10. Excellent. Excellent.
All right, everybody, let's begin. So, we're ready for our first paper, social media ad loads as prices. Take it away.
Amazing. Thanks for having us in the program. Thank you all for joining after lunch. This is paper with 3 great courses. George, who is at U Chicago, Rafa Jimenez, who is at Bocconi, and Mateusz Stoliński, who is at Warwick. So before we go into the main substance of the paper, let me tell you a story from 30 years ago. I'm not sure how many remember this website and know about this website. This is called 6degrees.com. Launched in '97. Was one of the earliest social media out there. They got to 3.5 million active users, did pretty well at the time. They didn't survive the dot-com bubble. But the reason I'm highlighting it here was for two reasons. One is they already had features of social media you'll see today on Facebook. You could create an account, add your friends, post on their walls, have a news feed and things like this. But more importantly for us today, the way they tried to monetize, I cannot point, so okay, I'll use this. The way they tried to monetize at the time was through advertisement. Here on top, you see a display ad for CD-ROMs. I'm not sure how many people even remember what those are now. So the type of ads people have seen back then were very different. We moved way to a different universe in terms of what kind of ads social media use. But this motivation, like historically, social media has been funding themselves with ads. And the question this paper tries to understand is why is it the case? Why not through subscriptions? We'll try to separate out 3 stories for why. The first part is that people are not very sensitive to ads, but they might be sensitive to subscriptions. The second part of the story is that people are not sensitive to ads because ads are personalized and people like it. Advertisers might also like it. This paper will not be about the advertiser side. We'll keep advertiser side as fixed, but we'll focus on the consumer side. People might, if ads were not personalized, people would maybe be more elastic to ads. And the third part is that it's easier for platform to price discriminate in terms of ads, and it's harder to do it in terms of subscriptions. It's hard to charge you all different monetary subscriptions. It's easy to show you different ad loads or share of ads among your content on Facebook to monetize better. So this question is relevant also from regulatory perspective because of pressure on the current personalized ads business model of social media. For example, in Europe, Facebook first had to introduce a choice between subscription versus personalized ads and then have less personalized ads. So the change in monetization we'll have in mind for the paper is what if social media is forced to go from ads to subscriptions? So what we'll be doing in this paper, we'll change both the quantity and the match quality of ads. Along the way, we'll describe what these platforms are doing now. So I'll show you some stylized facts. We'll have a stylized model of how platforms set ad loads and personalize. And we'll use this model to test directionally what we think they should be doing, what they're doing, and to have a simple counterfactual where we'll keep everything fixed, content at side, and just try to understand what happens to profits and engagement if Facebook or other platforms move from ads to subscriptions. So in terms of how we do it, we'll run a field experiment on Facebook. We'll do it outside of Facebook. So we'll have a custom browser extension where people will install it, and this extension will manipulate quantity and quality of ads. We'll use the estimates to estimate a model of engagement for social media. We'll have a supplementary study to understand the mechanism. I'll talk about it briefly. Given it's a short talk, I'll skip the literature. This builds on work on social media, economics of social media, on economics of privacy. A lot of people in the room contributed to that, so we're very grateful to build on your work as well. I'll make some connections as I go along just for the sake of time. Okay, so what is the design of the experiment? We recruit 1,800 participants on Facebook in a staggered way for 6 months. Every day we recruit around 10 people. We don't tell them it's about ads. We say you participate in social media study, give a survey, install the extension, get $21. People land on the study, install the extension. We have an onboarding survey. We ask them some questions about demographics. We ask them how much you're willing to accept to deactivate Facebook for 4 weeks in an incentive compatible way. And it's important for us because this will be our measure of value. will translate this willingness to accept to get a measure of value for social media. Once people install social media, install our extension, for 6 weeks, we don't do anything. We just track their engagement with Facebook, with other social media platforms. For another 6 weeks, we'll randomize them into 2 treatments and 2 controls. After this 12 weeks, they have an end-line story. Once again, we'll ask them how much you're willing to accept to deactivate Facebook now after the treatment. And here at step 7, they can uninstall the extension, but they don't need to. So people who don't uninstall will continue showing them their treatments for another 3 months. And this will have our more long-run effects for 4.5 months, what happens to engagement on the social media platform. In terms of different treatments, there is 2 main arms, and each has a separate control. In the hiding treatment, we'll remove almost all ads for you. We'll not remove ads which were shown to you right on top of the page when you open the browser, which will be weird. We don't remove video ads and like some more rare ads because it's hard technically. In the control for this, we don't change anything. In a different condition, replace condition, we'll take your personalized ads and we'll completely permute, or we'll take a random draw of another ad from people in our sample over the last 24 hours and show it to you. This is us trying to take your personalized ads and make them as not personalized as possible and also increase statistical power in the data. For this condition, we'll have a separate control, which will do the same replacement steps technically, but replace the ad with itself, because we're worried in the beginning that maybe there is something else technically going on. It's weird for people. So this is trying to make it like a placebo control. Notice we oversample replace a bit. It's our mistake. In the beginning, for the first maybe 80 people, we didn't replace with a random ad. We replaced it with the same ad of Wall Street Journal a lot of times. So we've oversampled the condition to make samples comparable. Results are robust for excluding these people to put in different weights, but still just being transparent, showing this well. How does it look in practice? In the hiding, we'll remove ads and put all your other content up the page. In the replace, this is replace control, so it's replaced with itself. It's almost the same ad. You cannot comment, you cannot share that. It was technically hard to implement with the extension. Okay, so this is the setup for the extension. Before I show you results, let me quickly tell you about the model to frame how we think about this. So the model on the consumer side, on the platform side, will be Anderson code style. We'll have people make decisions on time allocation, given ad loads and given the match quality of ads. There are 3 components of the utility. People enjoy engaging with the platform. People enjoy or don't enjoy having more ads on the platform. And this is coming both from volume of ads and personalization of ads, like Q affecting through the ad load. But also people might not be happy that Q is non-zero in general. So some intrinsic preference for privacy. I just don't want my data to be shared to any advertisers, even if I see no ads. Finally, the third component, the network part, is not something we'll estimate. There is other work showing that direct network effects are important for consumers in this market. So we'll take another work and calibrate those preferences from that paper. And when we run counterfactual, what will happen to profits engagement under subscriptions, we'll use those estimates to account for it. So in terms of skipping the platform problem just for the sake of time, if platform just optimized revenue from advertisement in a static way, here is what we get for the optimal ad loads that platform will set on the personal level. There were 3 key forces here I wanted to highlight. People who are less elastic to ads will see higher ad loads. That's a standard inverse markup rule. People with stronger network effects will see fewer ad loads because stronger network effects bring more people to the platform. Facebook likes that. And unless this network effects somehow go in the other direction, people who are more valuable to advertisers also will see more ads. On the Qs, on the side of quality, under our assumptions, profit will always set Q equal to 1 and try to personalize as much as possible. And this is keeping the advertiser side fixed. So now this is the stylized model I want to have you in mind. We'll use it to test these predictions in a second, and we'll use a parametric version of this model to simulate counterfactuals under different monetization of social media. Before, let me show you some results. So first, couple of descriptive results. The first thing we document is that there is a lot of heterogeneity across consumers on all three social media websites we track here. On Facebook, the median person sees one ad in 7 posts, but some people see one ad in 4 posts. I'm clearly in this group. Some people see one ad in 100 posts. Same for X and for Reddit. If you take user day variance and how much ad loads change, 2/3 load on user random effects. Does the platform set ad loads in the way predicted by the model? We can look at correlations in the data. So we see that people with more Facebook friends, as a proxy for stronger network effects, they see higher ad loads consistent with the model. People for whom our treatment effects predict they're less elastic to ad loads, they see higher ad loads. And people whose demographic profile requires higher bid and higher price from advertiser also sees higher ad loads on the platform. So this is the descriptive part of the results, and I'm skipping. There is more on this, on the type of ads, on topics, on correlation of ad loads across platforms. Just please go to the paper and take a look, because we were clearly excited to document that. Now moving to experimental part. So first, the first stage of the experiment. On the left, you have hiding intervention. On the right, you have replacement intervention. Before, in the first 4 weeks, there is no difference in ad loads for consumers and treatment control. For the next 19 weeks, ad loads and treatment drop by around 80%. Why not 100? Because we don't replace ads, which were on top of the screen. Same for the replacement. In the beginning, people in treatment replace control. They're not different from their typical ads for their demographic profile, and afterwards they diverge. So now I'll show you average treatment effects based on these interventions, first for hide, then for replace. And the underlying model will be a simple difference in difference, where we include recruitment cohort by day fixed effects to account for any different types of people get recruited at different times. And this is the one we've registered, and this is robust to other specifications as well. So in terms of hiding, removing 80% of ad loads by construction removes how much people click and how much they see ads. That's pretty obvious. It also slightly increases engagement with the platform in terms of how much content people see, in terms of times on the platform, and an index is an average, normalized average of the two, again, which we've registered. Elasticities are pretty small. So elasticity here is 0.07. It's consistent with Eric Brynjolfsson's and Avi Collis, I think somewhere in the room, and Niels Vernefels and others' work, which comes from very different sample where they recruit representative people from Facebook and also gather people are pretty inelastic in terms of engagement. So this is the hiding part. In terms of replacing our targeted ads with non-targeted, once again, by construction, clicks go down a lot. That's just Facebook doing a good job targeting. But we see that engagement in the short run changes a bit, decreases a bit. In the 19 weeks, increases more substantively than in response to hiding ads, suggesting that the intrinsic preference for less personalized ads, which would move this engagement in the other direction, don't dominate this data. So if anything, people are less happy with less personalized ads, meaning making ads going from personalized to less personalized increases how elastic people are to ads on social media. So given the time, let me just quickly highlight some additional results we have in the paper. One thing we were worried about is the response of Facebook to our intervention. People don't see ads, people don't click on ads. Facebook should figure out. We see a very precise 0 between hide and replace and hide control in terms of how many ads Facebook is trying to show to people. We see some small reaction to replace versus replace control. If you see some unusual ad, maybe you click on it. That's where Facebook starts to respond and showing you more unusual ads, maybe similar to what you clicked on, but effects are order of magnitude smaller than what people experience. We don't see any substitution to other social media. This is consistent with Guy Aridor's job market paper and other work. We don't see any difference in willingness to accept to deactivate Facebook before and after treatment. This is not a null effect. This is imprecise effect. We have few people to really detect precisely change in willingness to accept, but I guess it's consistent with other work from the past as well. And finally, we don't see differential attrition. By the 6 weeks of our treatment, we have 75% of the samples still engaged. Not everyone uninstalls the extension. Let me click here just to show you, because we were surprised to see that not everyone uninstalled the extension after this main study. After 12 weeks, we see a slightly higher attrition right after, but even by the end of the 19 weeks of the treatment, we still have around 50% of the sample present. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to show. I need to click correctly. Here we go. All right, so before, the next step would be to use these estimates and to do a counterfactual prediction of what if Facebook moves from ads to subscriptions, what would happen. Before I show you this, we're in a quick supplementary study to understand the underlying mechanism of why people inelastic. We're trying to test for two different stories. One is ads are very cheap to avoid. You see an ad, you scroll past it, you find some good content, which will predict that engagement on the content level will be different for ads versus organic posts. Our original extension couldn't detect it, but we designed a new one which can. The second theory is maybe current ads are extremely good. People are very happy with this, so engagement predicts engagement will be equal for ads versus organic post. So for this, we collected data from 200 people from Cloud Research, think like a prolific-like recruitment platform. We asked people to browse their social media for 5 minutes, record their ad loads, record how much time they added on the page, and then from this, we can say, do they skip ads faster just descriptively on the page? We also do an optional 5-minute mobile recording, which will record videos, put it through LLMs, and can replicate the same descriptive there as well. Something was good to see, ad loads we see in this supplementary sample align with our main study. So there's additional evidence for external validity because different samples. And so what we get from this sample is that current ad loads on Facebook are less engaging, but it takes little time to scroll past. So ads are held on the screen 10% less than organic posts, but it takes only about 1.5 seconds for how much ads organic posts are on the screen to diverge. So it's pretty quickly that people can, it suggests that it's pretty quickly for people to scroll past. So this additional cost of seeing ad is not very high on social media. Okay, so finally, we can take our main experimental estimates. What we're interested in is to say what will happen to profit of social media, to subscription, to for engagement, to participation on the platform, if Facebook goes from the current ad-funded model to the fully subscription model, or if it go to a hybrid model like what they implemented in Europe in November 2023. We also want to decompose 4 different mechanisms or 4 different channels. How much profit changes because they cannot personalize ads? How much profit changes because there is no ability of Facebook to charge different prices to advertisers? How much this profit changes because they cannot show different ad loads to different consumers? And what if they go from uniform ads to uniform subscriptions? So given the time, let me give an overview of how we estimate the model. So we'll do it in 2 steps, and we'll really take our stylized model from before and estimate a parametric version of that. User every day will choose engagement on social media. This will be, they'll get utility from consuming content. They'll get utility or disutility from ads, interacted with engagement, and they might get intrinsic utility from personalized, non-personalized ads. A first order condition from this problem will match into our experimental diff and diff conditions. So we can estimate parameters of this model just using experimental changes engagement in the hide and replace conditions. That's step one. Once we have these parameters, we model participation decision on the platform where we've asked for willingness to accept to deactivate Facebook for 4 weeks. So this will be our measure. This willingness to accept converted to willingness to pay using Cass Sunstein's work will be our measure of value for social media. For this value, people get the engagement utility for 28 days. They get the network effects, and they get some idiosyncratic shock for participation. We don't estimate the network effects, so we take it from great paper of Rafa, my co-author on this, with Leo Burstein, with Ben Handel, and Chris Ross. And so we use the paper estimates to calibrate what these network effects are. Notice here we need to resolve for a fixed point because the market share X will enter on the right-hand side, but also will be an result of people's decisions in this market. Okay. 2 results I wanted to show you, and I think I'll be right on time. So one is, once we estimate this model, what happens to profits, participation, and engagement going from ad-funded to subscription model? Profits, platform demand, surplus all go down overall. That's the blue bars here. And the red bars decompose changes in its components into these 4 different buckets I showed you 2 slides ago. Personalization, charging different prices, different ad loads, and change of business model. Notice the 2 biggest buckets for all of this is the personalization of ads and the business model component, even though the optimal fee in this model is only $2.75. There is some sensitivity, robustness we do. Let me just highlight that our results are most sensitive to the kappa parameter, this rescaling from willingness to accept to willingness to pay because of the endowment effect. But results are robust if we keep increasing kappa, I think, to 4 times or 5 times. Okay, so finally, in the hybrid case, when people can choose between ad-funded model and a paid ad-free model, basically nothing changes. Why nothing changes? Because even under the optimal price of only $2, no one signs up for subscriptions. And so there is not much we can detect on the profits, engagement, and other targets. So with this, let me conclude. So we'll look at the effects of reduction of quantity and quality of ad loads on social media. We show that there is a lot of personalization of ad loads across different platforms. Engagement is inelastic with respect to ad loads, but becomes more elastic if we change degree of micro-targeting. The suggestive mechanism is that users notice ads, but it's easy to skip them. It takes less than a couple of seconds. And in the counterfactual monetization, we show that ad-funded model works better for profits and consumer surplus. This is a static model. Maybe there's also a dynamic model. It can be more complex. But even as this stylized model shows us that ad-funded model works better. And the key mechanism are that people prefer targeted ads and users tolerate ads more than monetary prices. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Andre.
Okay.
Our discussant for this paper is Jesse Shapiro.
Okay. Thank you guys very much for the chance to discuss this paper. The authors have been great to work with. The paper is extremely carefully executed and super clear. 5 stars, would discuss again. So this paper engages, among other things, with the question of how consumers feel about ads, and you could sort of break that into 2 parts. There's just, how much do consumers dislike ads overall, and then do consumers particularly like or dislike the kinds of ads that advertisers particularly want to show them? And on the first question, we have like a lot of casual market evidence that people in some situations don't like ads. Netflix charges you an additional like $11 a month if you want to jump off the ad-free tier. The numbers are kind of in flux. I don't know the exact number, but I think a majority of Netflix subscribers are still on a no ad tier. So that says like 50, 60% of people are willing to pay $11 a month not to see ads. And that's my non-parametric demand estimation for today. Now, in addition to willingness to pay, one of the ways that people express that they don't like ads is through disengaging. And that's also I don't know that we have hard data on that for Netflix, but the investor community is actually very worried about that. In the Netflix case, there's a lot of concern that the ad tier is diminishing engagement with the platform. That's going to make subscribers less sticky, and that threatens the business model. So you can see that a lot. So how can we understand this? The way I was thinking about it is, every incremental minute of engagement with Netflix, watching shows or whatever, has some net value that you can monetize into a willingness to pay. And when that hits zero, that's when you stop watching. So in the United States, that occurs, I think, when people fall asleep. And then the total willingness to pay for the platform, that's the integral of the curve. So it's like the area under the curve. And so if we go from like the standard tier to the ad tier in Netflix, we just degrade the viewing experience at all of those minutes, and engagement's going to fall. People are going to fall asleep a little earlier, I guess. And willingness to pay is going to fall by quite a bit because we're degrading all of those experiences. And in the case of Netflix, I don't have randomized evidence to show you, but in the case of social media, thanks to folks in this room and elsewhere, we now have an increasing body of randomized evidence on how people respond to advertising. So this paper, which Andre mentioned, by Brynjolfsson et al., did a large-scale, basically ad hiding experiment, taking ads off of the feed of some Facebook users, has an effect on engagement of about 10%, a statistically insignificant and much smaller effect on willingness to pay as proxied by willingness to accept to deactivate. The current study finds something similar, this kind of modest effect on engagement. I'm using a different number from Andre because I'm not bound by a pre-analysis plan. So I'm allowed to trim outliers and stuff like that. No statistically significant effect on willingness to pay. It actually goes in the wrong direction. Now, in the social media context, the situation looks a little bit different from Netflix because the effects on engagement seem much bigger than the effects on willingness to pay. In the Netflix case, people were paying a lot to take ads out of the feed. How can we understand that? Let's go back to our simple model. So here's what we had before, just now for social media. This is the ads hidden condition in the paper we all just saw. And one way to understand why turning on ads would affect engagement much more than it would affect willingness to pay is if the ads degrade these marginal minutes much more than they degrade the inframarginal minutes. And in that case, of course, engagement might fall a lot, willingness to pay not so much. Now, I myself do not use social media, but I have observed some people who do. And my casual theory for why this might happen is something like this. Some of the time, people are actually looking for specific organic content that they're interested in. And in that case, ads are not very intrusive because you're just ignoring them. You're focusing on something that you want to see. And then there's other times when people are just scrolling because they're bored. So for example, the discussant is extremely boring. Even though the talk itself by Andre was very engaging, Jesse's very boring, everybody pulls out their phone, maybe something's going on. In that situation, the ads are going to be more intrusive because you don't really have any organic content to focus on, you're just scrolling. And so that would explain why engagement might fall, those marginal minutes become a little less fun, you're more seeing ads and they're intruding on your attention, but that kind of, scrolling out of boredom, that isn't really driving that much of your willingness to pay for social media. And I think that kind of fits with some of the really interesting supplementary data that Andre mentioned towards the end, where they are actually looking at what's on the screen at different times as people are engaging with social media. The other thing that this study brings, which I think is maybe the most original empirical contribution of this paper, is this really cool way of measuring how people feel about ad targeting. By turning off the targeting and replacing my ads with your ads, we can learn how people feel about targeted ads, and there we again find significant effects on engagement and no real detectable effects on willingness to pay. Again, I think we can understand why that might happen through this kind of lens, because it would make sense to me, at least, that in this periods when I'm scrolling because I'm bored, you show me a bunch of, the ads are now more intrusive in my attention. You show me a bunch of ads that have nothing to do with me. That makes the experience even weirder and less engaging. I'm more likely to stop scrolling and maybe just have to subject myself to the discussant. And so that would get you this kind of effect. Now, this model is, conceptually actually not that different from the one that Andre showed, but this is a different way of looking at it that I think could be helpful. And so my lab and I worked out like a little 2-parameter calibration, which I'll share with the authors, that's able to match the time, the engagement effects in the paper, but then also predicts that the willingness to pay effects are going to be much smaller than the engagement effects. So I don't know that the one we worked out is the best one, but I'll send that in, and maybe that's useful. Okay, so then what is the question in this paper? The paper has a somewhat broader research question than just how people feel about ads. It wants to understand what happens in the counterfactual world where Facebook changes their business model. So what happens if they add a paid ad-free tier, or if they eliminate ads altogether and they require a subscription, or they eliminate ad targeting? All of these are super interesting and relevant counterfactuals. They're policy relevant. There's also some technological things that could have these kinds of effects that the industry has dealt with. So these are very relevant questions. When an economist asks a question like this, what would happen if? An economist should answer that question with another question, which is, what are we holding constant? So there's one version of these questions which says, what happens if Facebook changes its business model, how it monetizes, but we fix the organic content and all the other things that people could be doing with their time, including competition? And I think if you think about the question that way, the experiments speak very directly to this question. So I think that the distance that you need to travel conceptually from the data in the experiment to the answers coming out of the model is not that far. We have direct evidence on willingness to pay. We have direct evidence on engagement under these different models. We even have evidence on this ad targeting case where we're going to degrade the targeting. And again, I think that's a very relevant counterfactual for all kinds of reasons. There's some room for slippage. There's a question we have to answer even this narrower version of the counterfactual, which is, how would Facebook price a subscription? The experiment obviously can't answer that question. We have to make an assumption about it. The authors make an assumption. I think it's a reasonable assumption. There are probably other reasonable assumptions one could make. There's another way to ask this question, which is to hold constant nothing. Full, long-run, general equilibrium effect of Facebook making this change. I think that brings in a lot of forces that are not in the experiment. One of them is network effects. The authors try to deal with that by calibrating it to another survey and doing sensitivity analysis, and fair enough. But there are a lot of other things adjacent to that, like what happens to the quality of the organic content and what gets posted on Facebook. Hard to imagine that would stay the same. Also kind of difficult for me to believe that respondents in this other survey are taking that into account when they're thinking about how network effects are going to affect whether they want to stay on the platform or not. There's also how competitors would respond, how other activities would respond, a lot of other things. You can't really get data on that from this experiment. So my suggestion would be just focus on the first question, and that means dropping some of the things that are actually in the model. I'd simplify it a little. Focus on the but-for world where the organic content is the same, the off-platform alternatives are the same, and then I think we're traveling a pretty short distance from the data to the answer. I would also, if that frees up a little space in the paper, I would go deeper on what we can learn about ad targeting, because to me, that's the most novel aspect, empirical aspect of the paper. Those are the most novel facts. I mean, there's lots of studies of how people feel about ads, but this is a really cool way to get at that through behavior. And so I think it would be really nice to learn more about how and when and why ad targeting affects the user experience. For example, are there some categories of users or some categories of ads where the kinds of ads that get targeted are actually not the kinds people want to see? And I think that would be very valuable for a bunch of reasons, including that some of the core theoretical work in this area deals with the question of how aligned are the interests of the advertisers and the consumers, and it would be great to have more data on the scope conditions for that kind of alignment. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Jesse. If you've got a question, I invite you to one of the two standing mics, and Fiona, you can start.
Okay, great. This was a fun paper. I had a question about what information is being used for the targeting of the ads and how you're measuring that or manipulating that. Yeah, I think it matters quite a bit because in many countries, what can legally be used to target, the United States has no rules, just a quick preview, but other countries do. And so that makes a difference both to how easy it is to get that information, whether you have to, as the platform, pay for it or get permission from the consumer, and maybe how the consumer feels about you know, if there's just disclosure, how the consumer feels about the information being used. And then we know something about the value of those ads, depending on, say, if the information comes from off Facebook. Niels Vernerfeld has a nice paper about that, but I don't know about how the consumer responds to it. So that'd be really interesting.
Right. So I think there are tons of very interesting findings, and I learned a ton about how people react to ads. Let me just say, when you start a paper with the question of why do they monetize through ads versus prices, this kind of makes me think about the literature in two-sided markets and maybe something about how strong are network externalities versus the markup, and also the fact that there are marginal costs of zero. So, and it feels to me like to answer that question, I would have liked to see all of these forces in the paper, and I don't think you're doing that. But I just don't think you should be focusing with that question. Maybe just like focus more on the ad side rather than the much more broad question that would need to focus on all these forces.
That was great. A couple of comments. One was actually related to Jesse's discussion, these contrasts between Netflix and video ads and sort of textual ads, where it's a lot easier to avoid ads when it's text and you have infinite scrolling. And so a lot of those results may not be able to generalize to YouTube or Netflix, where it's really difficult and really frustrating to wait for that ad content to go away and get to the organic content. The second part is, on average, people prefer no ads, and condition on having ads, they prefer targeted ads. But what makes those targeted ads different? You know which ad you're replacing with which ads. So I would love to see an exploration of what kind of information are you likely using when you are, for example, advertising me pink shoes versus, another, traditional ad for Amazon. Thank you.
Okay, a similar comment on, we're thinking about ads as a bad, and then we have dimension number one is whether they're targeted. It seems like they're better if targeted than not targeted. And dimension number two is this distinction between Netflix and other, which is if they're obtrusive or not. And are all of your ads in the data that you have obtrusive or inobtrusive? And if not, can you then sort of think about these two dimensions, and that might help unpack this puzzle around Netflix?
So you find that, so Alexei McCarran, MIT. So you find that ad LSTs, like users are not very elastic to ads. Could it be partly driven by addiction? So this paper by Hunt, Matt, and Lena, so they find that like 1/3 of social media usage is sort of coming from some self-control issues, right? And so like once you maybe like extend your model to think about addiction habit formation, so maybe your consumer surplus results are sort of changing a little bit because of that.
This might be an unfair question, but given consumers are so ad inelastic, do you know what's constraining Facebook from increasing ads? Like, are they profit maximizing?
So I guess thinking about that inelastic result. So you showed that there are some things that seem logical in how they explain how many ads they give to different people. But I'm wondering if part of what explains how many ads they show to people is how well those last marginal ads match that user. Like how much disutility would that provide? And if they're showing people those additional ads only when they're not viewed as intrusive for that particular person, that might impact your estimates.
Any other questions? Okay, Andre, do you want to take a couple minutes to respond?
Yeah, so first of all, thanks so much for both the questions and Jesse for the discussion. This was fantastic, super helpful. Really cool model. Point about what's in scope, what's out of scope here is well taken. So this is great. To the questions, so to Fiona's question about like what is the targeting here? In the experiment, it's taken whatever users are in the US. So whatever like targeting is in the US, which is everything. Facebook can do whatever they want here. In our case, we completely permute. In Europe, I think the alternative is LPA, which is limited personalized ads, which will use, if I'm correct, only what happened in the session and some of the demographic information. But here we just try to, we were worried about statistical power, so we're just trying to go as far as possible. That's a good point. I think Camille, your point is related to Jesse's as well. Like maybe we should keep some of this stuff out of scope, and which is also well taken. So I think this relates to Jesse's discussion as well. Chiara's and Avi's point, I think two things I wanted to say about them, and both great points. One of the working theories for why Netflix people are much more inelastic. People are much more elastic to ads on Netflix and on social media because it's much harder to skip ads on Netflix. And that's kind of where also we try to add the supplementary evidence related to this. That's a great point about which ads are replaced and like doing heterogeneity by that. We haven't done it yet. We should do it. This is a great point. To Alexei, to the point about state dependence addiction, that's kind of good point, well taken. Not sure if that's part of this paper or another paper, like how we have, it almost expands the scope again. But yeah, I agree that part of the story why people are inelastic might be some state dependence, good, bad, different. In terms of why Facebook doesn't increase ad loads, we estimate ad loads at the current level. It doesn't mean that if Facebook increased it 3 times, people wouldn't become elastic. Actually, what is the optimal ad load is something we haven't done for a while. And we're, I guess, getting conversion. Maybe we should try to estimate a version of that. We tried it. We have numbers. I'm not showing these numbers, so give us some time. We'll update the paper. And in terms of like how ads degrade as you scroll down, that's a good point. We at least can describe what are the ads on top, what are ads below, and it connects to the point about heterogeneity by types of ads. Thanks a lot for the comment. This was great.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll take our last break till 3:10 and then come back with private labels at Amazon.
the microphone higher?
Yeah, if you're. You can do whatever you'd like.
It's working? Okay, thank you. That's okay. I got that. Thank you. I know what brother means. Really. That's why those look so similar. Oh my gosh. But he's a faculty now, I think. Yeah. No, he didn't. Oh, I love that. I always wanted to run a paper. Yeah, no, I always would like to run a paper that has like double, same like last names. Like people when they have their last name is like three of the same thing. Yes, I think they're also. But they're yeah. They're twins. Yeah. That's amazing. Like basically, like ask to do that's amazing. No, I'm the younger people. Junior. But I think like because I started so early. I think I see most people not I have and then be like, wow, instantly here they're on the arms. I love it. That's so fun. I have to I'll be able to stay. But I'm gonna across yes, sometime again. But all the best. Yeah, what I'll keep it down. It's also I know you guys get there. No, it's not. No, I think they're supposed to get a shuttle or somebody. I just don't know. I think it's very different. You can do the guys, not them, not too local, but like you have to speak. I see. So maybe that would be bad. But I know like Chiara is in our session, this city is coming. So I think like there would be a lot of nice. Nice. That'd be great. Yes. When do you go to this? I don't even. How we think that. That's great. I a big point some point. People and then I guess so that if you're gonna do the shuttle, it's asphalt. Yeah, if anybody is driving, I'm wondering. But I'm flying by myself. Probably like. I can't remember. But yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll give you that. Sounds good. I have. Yeah, exactly. Sounds good. Are you going to New York? I am. And I have to go to my house. So that's why I go back and then I do. So I go back and I come back to the but they're not. No, these are half American, half. I'm kidding. I'm trying to give us. Sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I was listening. I thought it. Yes. I'm sorry. I didn't. Oh, I have a very big. I'm like, yeah.
That's actually. Yeah, I can't. Don't log on. Send me some. September. Yeah. Yeah. My way to start this too. Oh, because yeah. I think that actually Tell me what's going on. That's like one thing with right. Okay.
I gotta find.
Thanks.
Okay. 10, 5, and 2. Okay, thank you.
All right, we are ready to start our last session. So our last session is private labels and product imitation, evidence from Amazon, and Malika Korgan-Bekova is going to present.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, as the last presenter, I want to thank the organizers for putting together this wonderful program and for organizing this great conference. Thank you so much for including our paper in the program, and thanks in advance to Leon for reading and discussing the paper. So the project is about private labels and product imitations. This is a joint work with my fantastic co-author, Alibek Korganbekov from Indiana University. So growing number of platforms operate in dual mode. What that means is the platform is a marketplace that connects consumers and sellers, but at the same time, the platform also starts acting as a seller of its own products on that marketplace. So for example, Amazon is an online retail marketplace, but they also sell their private brands like Amazon Basics. Similar fashion, Walmart and Target, they have their own private labels. And outside retail, Apple, for example, is an app marketplace, but they also feature their own apps on App Store. So this type of behavior by dual platforms, where they start to directly compete with the third-party sellers on their website, started attracting some regulatory attention. For example, US House Committee on the Judiciary and European Union's Digital Markets Act are reporting that especially online platforms have significant amounts of super granular, very good data, which they can potentially use to basically inform the introduction of their own private labels. In particular, focus in the regulatory reports are usually on Amazon and Apple because not only can they use proprietary data, but they also have market power to potentially beat the copied third-party sellers. And Amazon has been denying these allegations in the US because their seller data protection policy is active, and technically it only allows them to use aggregate data and not target specific products. So the research questions we are asking in this paper are the following. First of all, is there systematic evidence of product imitation by Amazon? Can we claim that not only aggregate, but also individual level data has been used? And what I'm going to show you is that it does seem like Amazon is imitating some specific products, but at the same time, we also document that this type of behavior is not specific to Amazon. And basically, a lot of third-party sellers on Amazon are engaging in exact same behavior. But at the same time, given that Amazon has market power, it is an interesting question to understand what is the impact of these private brands on third-party sellers and consumers. Because on the one hand, maybe Amazon's entrance to the category is great because it increases the trust of the consumers, the loyalty of the consumers, and creates positive network externalities for all sellers on the marketplace. But on the other hand, it might also happen that Amazon is creating a kill zone where sellers do not want to enter or do not want to innovate because they know they have to compete with Amazon directly in the category. And which of these forces dominates is eventually an empirical question, which we're going to take up in this paper. So in terms of literature, there is very nice both theoretical and empirical literature on the topic. The closest papers to ours are Faronato et al. And Crawford et al. The way we see our contribution to the literature is that, to the best of our knowledge, this is the first empirical analysis of imitation at scale. And second, most of the existing literature focuses on the consumer side of the market, versus we try to make causal claims about the seller side of the market. Okay, so our empirical setting is going to be Amazon. It has multiple private label brands. So I'm sure you're all familiar with Amazon Basics, Amazon Essentials, but there are a lot of other brands like Happy Belly, Mama Bear, Solimo, etc. And so, so basically our first goal is to understand, are these products copycats of existing third-party sellers or not? So to do that, what we're going to do is we will build visual and textual similarity measures to compare Amazon private labels to existing third-party sellers. So to be able to do that, we need good data. And so we've been scraping the data since 2018. It is Amazon data. We're scraping both Amazon private labels and third-party sellers' product pages. To construct visual similarity measures, we need product images. So we basically scrape the entire all the images, the entire image carousels that corresponds to each product on Amazon. To construct textual similarity measures, what we're going to do is we will use the textual titles and textual descriptions of the products. So what is very, very important for our analysis is to know which products were already existing on the platform when Amazon entered. And fortunately, Amazon does provide that data. It is called the date first available. That's basically the date when the product was introduced to the platform. And that allows us to basically compare Amazon to pre-existing sellers. Overall, we scraped 770 million product pages across US, UK, Canada, and Germany. The reason we need multiple countries is because we're going to use a staggered rollout of private labels in different countries for our causal identification strategy. So it's very hard to scrape Amazon. So on average, each product is scraped only once per month. So we have a panel data on that. So the imitation analysis that I'm going to show today in this version of the paper only concerns Amazon US. So our first observation looking at the data was that private labels are a very small portion of the catalog. So the number of active products on Amazon is around 300 million products, out of which around 40 to 50,000 are private labels. But at the same time, if we look further into the data, we realize that private labels are extremely prevalent and successful. So among all the categories, Amazon enters across thousands of categories across marketplace, and Amazon private label products have 10 times more reviews, higher ratings, higher sales ranks compared to an average product in the category. And what I'm showing here in this graph on your left is essentially the evolution of the median sales rank of Amazon private label brands since the time that they were introduced. One caveat with this graph is that this is conditional on having a sales rank because some products do not. And so what we can see is that Amazon's products, they start out quite well. They're in top 100 on median when they're introduced. And the most successful one is Amazon Basics brand, where they're usually in top 500 for sure. So given that these products are not a small, are a small share of the catalog, but they are very successful, it is important to understand whether they're copycats or not. So the way we're going to do this is as follows. So the challenge we're facing is that images and text are unstructured data. So what we're going to do is we will train a Siamese neural network. It's a machine learning model that was introduced in computer science to construct embedding vectors for each image. So at a high level, what we're doing here is each image becomes a vector of 512 by 1. And then we can, in a straightforward way, calculate cosine similarities between these vectors. And when we're training the models, the ground truth for us is whether multiple images correspond to exact same product or not. That's our ground truth when we're training. And if the model was trained well, what we should expect is that images that are very similar to each other should be very close in embedding space. So their cosine similarity should be very high, versus if the images are dissimilar, like the first and the third product, then the cosine similarity should be low. For textual similarity, we do not train anything ourselves. We use the off-the-shelf universal sentence embedding models that is provided by Google. But again, the intuition is very much similar to what we had before. Basically, we input the text, and the model gives us the 256 by 1 vector of embeddings. And again, we can calculate the pairwise cosine similarities between products. So technically, calculating cosine similarities is obviously very straightforward, but computationally, it is very hard to do with 300 million products. So what we're going to do in this version of the paper is we concentrate on 14 product categories for now, where we would expect some horizontal differentiation between products. So for example, pet supplies, office chairs, dinnerware sets, etc. We should expect that the products should not all look same or be described in the same way. So across these 14 categories, we have 1,600 private label products and more than 6 million third-party seller products. Our first result is that out of these 1,600 private labels, 1,200 have at least one third-party seller product with higher than 0.9 visual similarity. What that means is that 73% of the private label products are extremely similar to the existing third-party seller product. And I'll give you some examples here. What you see on your left is the Amazon Basics products image. On the right is the image of the third-party seller's product. And obviously, these products are extremely similar to each other. If we go further in Dutch ovens, same stories happening, dinnerware sets, basically same product, probably manufactured by the same manufacturer. End tables, same story here. And I think the Wild West is pet supplies, because not only the mats get copied, but also the dogs and the cats also get copied. So technically, this type of similarities, our takeaway from this analysis was that it is impossible to get this type of similarity if you are not targeting specific products, right? And you were using some aggregate data only. And we confirm this by basically saying that these products are not some random products. These are extremely well-sold products. The way we do this is we compare the sales ranks between imitated and non-imitated products. And consistently, the potentially imitated products they have significantly better sales ranks. Lower sales rank is better. Okay, but at the same time, we have to also acknowledge that sales ranks is public data. So it would be interesting to see what's happening on the third-party seller side of the market. And that's exactly what we do next. And we do see that third-party sellers copy each other too. So the median maximum similarity is 0.88. To remind you, the same number for Amazon was 0.92. So basically, everyone is doing the same thing. And again, we do see very similar patterns where products are very similar, just like they use gray background or whatever. And so our takeaway from this analysis is that, yes, there is some imitation, but it is not specific to Amazon. And it's not very clear why would Amazon be blamed when the rest of the marketplace is doing the exact same thing. But at the same time, we have to acknowledge that Amazon does have market power. And then the question is, what are the results for the consumer and third-party seller outcomes? So on the consumer side of the market, what we do see is that Amazon's private label products are $12 or 41% cheaper than the most similar third-party pre-existing product. So Amazon is selling like at a lower price, and using our textual similarity and textual data, we can basically look a bit further. So for example, this is an example from cookware category, where we check for the products that are similar to each other, and they also use exact same like material for the product, like cast iron Dutch oven. Are they more expensive or less expensive for Amazon private labels? And consistently, we do see that Amazon's products are usually 1/3 of the price of third-party seller product. Okay, so consumers should be happier because they're basically getting very comparable product at a lower price. And we do see this descriptively because private labels have significantly more reviews. And when we look at which types of reviews are driving this, we basically see that the 5- and 4-star reviews are driving this. So consumers do give good ratings to Amazon products. We didn't go into a full consumer welfare exercise because Faranato et al. Paper did an excellent job showing that consumer welfare does increase from private labels. And so we concentrate our efforts into the third-party seller side next. So what we do here is basically we do two things when on the seller side. So first, we look at the impact of Amazon private labels on the imitated products. So essentially, and the second option is the impact at the category level. So the first set of analysis is a bit more descriptive rather than causal, and I'll explain why. So to understand the impact of Amazon private labels on imitated products, what we do is we take as treated group the products that got imitated, and we define it as products that have higher than 0.9 cosine similarity with Amazon products. Okay, and then essentially, the control group, we decided to use some sort of like regression discontinuity intuition where the control group are the products that are slightly below 0.9 in their similarity to both private labels and to Amazon products. Okay, and then there is a concern with this, and I'll explain what is happening here. So we run a two-way fixed effect regression, and we do observe that after Amazon entry, the log sales rank, the sales rank of imitated products do go up by 4.5%. And if we go further, and look at the subcategory level, again, we see that the sales rank go up by 4%. And this is not good news for the sellers because what that means is that the sellers are dropping in the sales ranks, right? And what we do, and what we see next is that Amazon's presence is basically decreasing the price, leads to the decrease of third-party sellers that were imitated by 1.1%. And this is not surprising given that competition did increase, the prices also went down. But what was concerning is that the discontinuation rate of these products go up, right? So it means that products potentially do exit the platform after Amazon entry. And the concern with this, and why I said that we should take this more as a descriptive rather than causal exercise, is because technically Amazon's entrance impacts the entire category rather than just imitated products, right? So what we do next is we use our multiple country data to understand the category level effects. Okay, so Amazon operates multiple marketplaces. We decided to scrape US, Germany, UK, and Canada because these are the largest markets. And private labels enter at different times in these countries in the same categories. So what we're going to use is Callaway-Santana estimator, where the treatment is the first appearance of Amazon private labels in a category C, country K. And the control is same category in other countries that was either not yet treated or never treated. And just to give you some intuition here, basically we do have sufficient, quite good variation here, because out of 1,000 private label categories, we had to drop 254 that were listed in only one country, and we are left with 761 categories that are present in multiple countries. And then we dropped 14 categories that were treated simultaneously everywhere, right? So we are left with 747 categories out of 1,000 for our Callaway-Santana estimator. And what we find is the following. So after Amazon entry, we do see that sales ranks increased by 14.5%, and third-party sellers exits also increases by 31%. At the same time, exit is a bit of a noisy measure, especially closer to the end of our sample. And the reason is that a lot of products do not completely exit Amazon. What they do is they would just not replenish their inventory and they stay currently unavailable for a long time. And so therefore, to make sure that we kind of capture that too, we do construct a measure of permanent out of stock rates. And we do see that after Amazon entry, the out of stock rates increased significantly by 10.7%. And so it does mean, what our takeaway from this is that Amazon private labels seem to be displacing some sellers from the marketplace. We do not see any significant effects on third-party entries or on average star rating of the remaining products after Amazon entry. But at the same time, if we do look at the heterogeneity and basically the intensity with which Amazon is entering the marketplace, we do see slightly different results. So let me be a bit slow here. So we define the intensity with which Amazon enters the category as the share of private label products out of all the active products in the category. And what we do see is that there is no significant impact on entries in low and medium Amazon presence categories, but there is some entry deterrence in the categories with high Amazon presence. And on the average star rating, again, we do not see any significant impact on the low and medium group, but at the same time, in the high group, Amazon presence groups, we do see that the average star rating of the remaining products is going down. And so this is something that we're still working on, but like the two mechanisms that could be driving this is either the good sellers had to exit, and therefore the remaining, the star ratings of the remaining sellers are going down. Or maybe because of the Amazon's presence, eventually consumers change their beliefs about the quality of the products. Maybe they updated like more positively about how the product should be, and therefore the star rating also goes down. And in terms of the out of stock rates, it is actually significant and nicely monotonic across these like three groups. And the sales ranks effect is basically driven by the categories in which Amazon did enter very intensively. So to conclude, what I showed you today is that product imitation does exist on Amazon, but it is by no means specific to Amazon. Consumers seem to be benefiting, at least in the short term, because they're getting significantly cheaper items that are of comparable or better quality. And it is basically the seller side that gets negative consequences, right? Because both at the product level and the category level, we do observe that private label entry causes product displacement and potential entry deterrence and maybe quality concerns too. And obviously, because of the seller exit, the long-term consumer welfare is an open question, right? Like if it's deterring the entrance and the entry and the innovation in the categories, then obviously the long-term consumer welfare is an open question. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thanks very much, Malika. Our discussant is Leanne Moshoff.
No, thank you. All right, well, thank you so much for having me. You know, I'd like to believe that I was chosen as the discussant for this paper because it sounds like catnip to me. I mean, my job market paper was on entry on Amazon. That sounds very related. Maybe I was chosen as the discussant because I'm like the one economist who has not ever been employed by Amazon. So, you know, one of the two. But either way, it makes sense to end this excellent conference on this excellent paper. So let me briefly recap what we learned from Malika today. So the question that she sets out to tackle in this paper is whether Amazon essentially Sherlocks its sellers, right? Does it copy their successful products? And then if it does, how does this private label entry affect consumers and third-party sellers? You know, the setting is Amazon over 8 years, which is an amazing data collection effort, I should say. And this approach is really what I think is a very creative application of machine learning techniques in economics. And I think, you know, a lot of us are sort of like learning about machine learning techniques. I wish all of us had this creativity to come up with the following idea. Let's look at these two things. They look like they are the same thing. I wonder whether I can use machine learning to like make that judgment at scale and therefore learn something about whether Amazon is copying third parties on its marketplace, right? And they find that that happens, and then they run this difference and differences at the product level using match controls and cross-country at the category level using the staggered timing of Amazon's entry. And what do they find? They find that third-party seller exit increases after Amazon enters, somewhat unsurprising, but very important to know. And they also find that the buyers of these private label products, you know, they save a lot of money. These magnitudes, actually, the first time I read them, I thought, this is crazy. But, you know, then I thought back to sort of like my Amazon Basics purchases. And yes, Amazon seems to be able to deliver that much of a discount. So, you know, it's a timely question. It's a super creative approach. So I really enjoyed this paper. Now, I do want to say that there are two important facts here that the authors do a great job in sort of pointing out in the paper, but that I just want to re-emphasize here. The first one is, this topic sometimes gets discussed as Amazon has this really unfair data advantage, where it can like really easily figure out what products are selling well on Amazon and copy those. And I am here to tell you, you can really easily figure out what products are selling well on Amazon and copy them yourself if you are so inclined, right? That's my little entrepreneurial, you know, you can get your Fable agent on it. You can make some money, passive income at the NBER conference. All right, so how does it work? Well, Amazon publishes the sales rankings for all of its products right on those product pages. And indeed, that's some of the information that Malika uses in her study. And you can go to a website like Jungle Scout, or this one I think is Amazon Scout. Somehow they're all called Scout. You can put in the rank of the product and it will tell you how many sales a month are happening for that product. And that's really the core information you need to know, should I copy that product? So the targeting signals are public, and as you might imagine, if the targeting signals are public, third-party sellers do a lot of imitating too, right? Exactly because these targeting signals are public. And to be clear, that is mentioned very explicitly in the paper, and I thought that's one of the strengths of the paper, that it introduces a subtlety that I've not previously heard in the policy debate. All right, let me come to some comments here. You know, one of the comments was sort of anticipated by Malika in her talk today, which is, you know, sometimes these pictures are too close to each other. Like these dog beds, as Malika pointed out, it's the same dog. How can it be the same dog? Is there just like one dog model? Unlikely, right? So you might think there is something going on here about stock photo using or reusing, not just product copying. Okay, that's like a small thing. You can just exclude cosine similarity equals 1. I think that's fine. A more concerning thing is this might just be common sourcing, right? Am I really, as Amazon, coming in and like spinning up a whole new factory? And in that case, you know, that might be a problem. Or is it really that there was a manufacturer who initially produced this product? They had the innovation. Some seller came to them and said, I can sell this on Amazon. And eventually Amazon came to them and said, well, actually, we could also sell this on Amazon. We are Amazon, right? So if that's the case, I'm a lot less worried about the welfare implications here. So I do think that's an important distinction to try and get at. And, you know, one idea I had is maybe you're always looking at whether two sellers have the same picture. But if there is at least 3 sellers, I'm starting to think this is really coming from the same factory, right? So maybe you could investigate that a bit more. And you could also look at the text similarity. Now, the second comment I had is on this product level difference and differences regression, where you said the idea is like a regression discontinuity design. So just to walk through it a little bit more slowly, what we have here is that we have Amazon private label products, and we want to know the effect of Amazon private label entry. And so we're going to compare treated third-party products to control third-party products. The treated third-party products have to be the ones that Amazon's private label product is in competition with, so they have to be very similar. But the control third-party products, you kind of also want to be similar to the treated third-party products, because that's the usual thing where you want your matched controls to be very similar. But then there is sort of a transitivity violation here, right? Which is like, if A is similar to B and B is similar to C, isn't A also similar to C? And I think that is a big problem in this event study, and it probably leads you to understate the effects of Amazon's private label entry, because your control group is also going to be affected by Amazon's private label entry through the usual sort of competition. Now, to be clear, Malika is very clear about this. Malika and her co-author are very clear about this in the paper. So it's more a case of me emphasizing that again and sort of focusing us on the cross-country investigation. Now, my third comment is welfare analysis here, I don't think is optional. You know, imagine a world where a near identical, far cheaper version of an incumbent product becomes available after a couple of years, and the incumbent cuts prices, loses share, sometimes exits. Sounds like generic drug entry. Okay, generic truck entry, I think we are pretty happy about that happening. So why are we not pretty happy about a similar thing happening on Amazon? So there really has to be a question here about whether the dynamic harm outweighs the static gain, right? And you know, one thing maybe to emphasize there is to measure that dynamic harm. I think I want to sort of start thinking about what fraction of sales go to that Amazon entry, right? If Amazon enters and no one buys the Amazon product, okay, sure, we have a big problem. But if Amazon enters and everyone buys the Amazon product, then maybe by revealed preference, this entry was, you know, quite a good idea. And you can get at some sales weighted sort of outcome measures here by using this inversion that I emphasized earlier from bestseller rank to sales. Now, my last comment is about the related literature. And I think here you can do a bit more of a job. And, you know, this happens very commonly with papers sort of early on, where like you do the literature review, but you haven't yet had the results as you did the literature review. So you got to just go back and sort of engage a bit more with literature, I think. There is this Crawford paper, which I reread because I thought this is crazy. I've never realized there actually is a paper that uses Amazon proprietary data outside Amazon, where Pat Bajari is not one of the co-authors. I was not aware, didn't remember that existed, but it exists exactly once, and it is in that Crawford et al. Paper studying exactly the same topic. Finding, you know, stuff that sounded a little bit different from the way you'd written it up in the paper, but now that I see you present it, I think that spin is actually a little bit closer to that. So maybe there's less reconciliation here needed than I initially thought. And then there's this platform entry literature that I would just suggest you cite. Now, to be clear, all of these papers, none of them have this idea of doing this machine learning visual similarity thing that I really consider to be your core contribution. And so you know, there is no danger here. Like, you have a clear novel contribution that I think is very exciting. I would just focus in on that a little more. All right, I'm going to skip the minor comments. I'm going to send you those slides. Let me just conclude with sort of a re-emphasis of one thing I opened with, which is, look, maybe there should be a reframing here. Is this really about Amazon entering? Or is this about, in this modern economy where we have all this information technology, it has become a lot easier to find out about someone producing a product and very quickly following and producing that same product? And if that is a general problem that's not specific about Amazon, perhaps because third parties on Amazon can do it, but perhaps because also retailers on Walmart can do it, or in general other platforms, then maybe there is a question here that's sort of a bit more broad about, you know, what is the value of giving people something like a mini patent on a product innovation that we don't consider patentable. Certainly shouldn't give them a patent for many years, but maybe for 1 year or so, they should be protected to sort of have this dynamic gain here. But let me just conclude by saying congratulations on an awesome paper. I really enjoyed this paper. Really one of the best uses of machine learning in economics that I've seen so far. So thank you so much for writing a great paper.
Thanks very much, Leon. We already have questions lined up. Let's start here on my side.
Great paper. I enjoyed it very much. I also was looking at the same problem some time ago, and my creative solution to this problem was let's get the phone number of the largest third-party vendors on Amazon.it and ask them, is Amazon copying your products? And yeah, these long conversations, very fascinating. I could write a book about all the conducts that they think Amazon is inflicting to them, that they think it's unfair and they're afraid of speaking about. But one of the things that I learned from them, which connects with what Leon was saying, is they told me, look, Emilio, like my job, this particular guy was selling vacuum cleaner replacement parts, okay? And this is my job is to go to China, find a good manufacturer of these parts, explain them how they have to build these parts. That's very expensive. I have to spend time there. I have to send my guys there. And then they'll be able to build that product for me. And the fact that after 6 months, Amazon comes in and with the exact same product from the exact same manufacturer is a tragedy for me because it's appropriating that big investment, which is the only thing that I'm doing here. And that is why it's bad actually that these things happen, because we'll see less products going forward.
Nice paper, Alika. I had a question about the measure of similarity. So it seems like this is based on the way the products are presented online, right? So the way they look and maybe the descriptions. We usually think for welfare particularly that what matters is a combination of the attributes and how much people care about each attribute. So could you speak a little bit more to that, right? I can imagine, two descriptions of, suitcases being almost exactly similar, identical, but one is, faux leather and one is real leather, and it might make a big difference for consumers, but probably the similarity would be pretty high. So I wonder how that might affect the results.
All right, great paper. Just a suggestion on the category level diff and diff. My guess is once they take the time to develop a product or source the product and enter one country, it's not that hard to enter additional countries. So maybe you could say more about why they only enter one country or what factors predict which markets they're entering. I was especially want to look at the number and similarity of the products in that country, in that market. Because if, one reason they might enter a crowded market is there's like 100 Chinese pink chairs and they don't think their pink chair is going to be that profitable, but consumers might like having an Amazon brand, so they don't have to figure out which of these 100 Chinese brands is actually good. And that would also have welfare implications if the exit is among these like very similar non-differentiated products.
Great paper. I wanted to raise the idea, build a little bit on what Leon said and raise the idea of the strategy of Amazon. So let's take as given that because Amazon controls the choice architecture, they can steer a lot of business to the product they want to steer it to. Then let's imagine that monopolizing dog beds isn't that lucrative. And so what you might actually be doing if you're Amazon is trying to lower the margins of dog beds, rather like the generic drugs idea. So we've got some branded dog beds. After a while, it's a bit much and you want to bring down the price. The way to do that is to have your own private label. And the easiest way to do that is to go to the dog bed manufacturer you think has a good product and suggest that they supply your private label. That generates the perfect matches. But then there's the similar matches, which are the other overpriced dog beds that then face competition, or maybe it's expensive for Amazon to contract with the first best, the most attractive dog bed, and they contract with the second one. So I think it would be very interesting to think about the perfect matches as being the alliances, that's fundamentally a cooperative venture between that manufacturer and Amazon, and then everybody else who's now facing a much lower priced product in their product category, and that's putting a lot of pressure on their margins. And that's the adversarial product. And once you have those two groups, there should be really different impacts. Like, wouldn't be surprising if the cooperative supplier is out of stock because they're using their whole factory to supply Amazon because there's so many sales. So I think if you think about it that way, then you might end up with two different groups to study, and they might be might make a lot more sense.
Great paper. My sense is that there are sort of two types of imitation, of style of images and descriptions, and then the actual content that these describe. Have you tried using different embedding models that pick up on these things separately to try to trace out the different effects of imitating on those two dimensions?
I love that you get to see supply. A couple of comments on that. One is whether you can bound the margins that Amazon must be having on these first-party products, because the reduction in price and just the outside option of getting listing fees and sales fee and FBA fees from the third-party product as an alternative must allow you to say, okay, Amazon must be making at least 30-40% margins on this to justify it. So you can probably bound it. This would be static, it wouldn't be dynamic, but it would be interesting to at least know, because I never figured out whether actually private label brands are profitable for Amazon. Second thing is, these are very similar products on images and characteristics, but there's a lot of other things that Amazon can improve upon. And one that I kept on thinking about was stock. So I wonder whether, I know you're sort of showing that post Amazon entry, the sort of out of stock rate increases, but maybe the problem to begin with before was that that out of stock rate was high enough and it was a popular product, and Amazon is just making sure that that is available. Thank you.
That's terrific. I think something simple that you could do that I think would be also quite interesting and just simple with the data you have is to look at branded versus non-branded third-party products. So Leon in his slides had, for example, Amazon copying Samsonite luggage, and Samsonite is a brand that exists outside of Amazon. A lot of your slides had brands that I think are basically Amazon only, or sorry, sellers that, you know, Kaiwen, for example, that I think only exist on Amazon. And in the context of a brand like Samsonite, Samsonite has some trust outside of its existence on Amazon. Amazon Basics has some trust behind it as a brand, whereas some of the Amazon only third-party sellers don't really have a lot of brand value or trust behind them. So that would be a pretty interesting contrast you could draw out, I think, quite easily with your data.
I'm thinking there are at least two potential stories that can also, be happening here in addition to what you're trying to highlight. One is and that builds on Emilia's story, where someone goes to China and negotiates for a special detail and part on the vacuum cleaner, and then Amazon comes in. But at the same time, what Amazon can do is actually purchase the seller. And that would not be observable, right? So it's a little bit hard to know if that is happening. And in that case, the seller might gain from it. And so it's not necessarily a waste of effort and fixed costs. Another potential story that might be happening is that, and that relates more to Amazon's strategy. I don't know if I'm Amazon, I want to put a product, my name on a product that is untested. So what might be happening is that they are behind the sellers. And instead of actually putting the brand name on it, they are operating as a third-party seller, because it's really hard to know what private brands are really private brands on Amazon. And so maybe there's a period when they test this, and when they're really sure that this is worth putting their name on, they basically recycle ACE and say, okay, so this is not going to be the product. We're really putting our Amazon name in it, and therefore you have the exact same picture under it.
Great paper. First comment is, I think on Amazon, instead, in addition to private label and third-party sellers, there are also about 30% of first-party sellers. They're also labeled as sold by Amazon, but they're not private label, or they're not Amazon's brands. I'm wondering, so based on my understanding, they are Amazon procures products from other sellers and sell as a retailer. So I'm wondering, what's the difference between acting as or copying these products and turn them into private label versus just buying some at wholesale prices and sell as first party brands. And second, I remember reading some news that at some point Amazon put out a lot of private label brands because they're not profitable. I think related to Kira's question, I think I really want to understand what's Amazon's incentives in launching these like private label brands if they are not that profitable, whether it's promote commutation or is there other incentives underlying these decisions.
Thank you. Are there more questions or comments? Okay, Malika, you want to respond for a few minutes?
Sure. How much time do I have?
7 minutes.
Oh, wow. Okay, good.
But I don't think you'll necessarily need that much.
Of course, it's the last talk, so I don't want to hold people. First of all, thank you so much, Leon, for great discussion. We really appreciate your comments. These are absolutely great. A couple of replies here. Totally agree with you on the OEM, like original equipment manufacturer. We actually did talk to some Amazon people who did have some connection with the private brands. Because this is recorded, I cannot disclose the names, obviously, but they were quite open to say that essentially that is what is happening in some cases where they actually do go to China, to Sichuan province, which apparently has amazing factories where Amazon private labels are produced in exact same factory on a parallel line as the third-party seller product. So that definitely does happen. I really love the idea about the 3 sellers producing same product. That's definitely super cool, and we will take a look at that. We do use the textual similarity measures right now to kind of decide, and this goes back to Giovanni's point too, about the fact that it's not enough that the images are same, say Dutch ovens are exact same like in terms of images, but maybe the material is cheap. And so we do control, like when I showed the price table, we do control for the same material conditional and similarity, but I think we can do more analysis there too. In terms of event study, I totally agree, and we do actually confirm that it is understated because, for example, the sales rank effect in the imitated product effect was 4% versus in the at the category level it was 10%. I really like your points about the generic drug entry. We did think about pitching this as more like second mover advantage and the fact that like, and I think the idea about the dynamic incentives versus static gain is great. A couple of other comments. Let's see. Yeah, the literature review point very well taken. We did talk to Feng Zhu actually about his paper too. Okay, so in terms of the questions that were from the audience, so totally agree with Emilia that sling bag. So for example, Amazon had this whole like very funny YouTube video where it wasn't Amazon, but it was basically a sling bag manufacturer who made a funny YouTube video that went viral where they essentially said that Amazon Basics was completely copying their product. That does happen for sure. To Brett's points of why do they enter, definitely, like we did not do the analysis at for different countries yet in terms of similarities and like the strategies, but we can definitely do that. I think Fiona, Chiara, and Chunhao had very similar points about what is the margin of Amazon products, and I think this is super important too. It might happen, that's true, that maybe they're trying to lower the margins, and that's the adversarial effect. My personal opinion, which Amazon scholars would not talk to me about, is that private labels exist because they want Amazon, they want third-party sellers to advertise more. Because if Amazon Basics is say first in the organic searches, then you pay for an ad and then you will be higher up than the organic results, but I cannot confirm that. But we can definitely look at the margins, and Chiara's idea about bounding margins is great too. In terms of Jeff's comment about different models, for sure, there is like, we're basically super lucky to be living in our time because there are different models that would combine the image and textual embeddings, and we can use that and then like look at the style evolution, etc. To Renata's point, for sure, definitely, as I said, there is some negotiation with Chinese factories for sure. I really like the point about the untested. I think Amazon very often enters in childcare, like baby products. And I think this whole point about untested, we can definitely look at that, whether it's like untested versus tested product. Thank you so much. This was great. I think we got super good feedback. Thank you very much again.
All right, I'll conclude by thanking the NBER. Please join me in thanking the presenters and especially the discussants for all their great work these 2 days.